the May 12th, 2014 meeting of the City of Lake Forest Plan Commission. I am Michael Lay, the chairman of the commission, and at this time I would like to introduce the members of the commission who are present here tonight. To my far right is Commissioner Anderson, and next to him is Commissioner Ziccarelli. To my immediate left is Commissioner Karras, and to my far left, Commissioner Cushman. From city staff, Ms. Zerniak is here this evening. And our first item is approval of some minutes. I believe they will be at our next meeting, so we will dispense with that. The first and only item on our before the commission on our agenda this evening is consideration of the continued consideration of a request for approval of modifications of a previously approved development plan for the non-residential portion of the development northwest corner of what's known as Amberley Woods. I would also point out, in addition to the members here, there are two members who have recused themselves from consideration of the matter due to either a personal or professional conflict of interest. And that was announced at our November 12th, the November meeting in which they recused themselves. So they were not here for either the meeting on the 12th, in November or in February. In addition, I would point out that Commissioner Anderson has reviewed the tapes of the November 13th and February 14th meeting and public hearings because he was not present at those sessions. He has signed a written acknowledgement that he is fully prepared to participate in any and all actions on this agenda item this evening. So that's for the record. At this time, I would like to ask whether or not any members of the commission have any ex-parte contacts or conflicts of interest on this matter. I would just report that I've had probably a dozen phone calls on this topic, none from the petitioner or any of his consultants or that working on it. I would say that probably half of them have been in favor of the proposal, about half of them in opposition to it. So at this time, for those who plan to testify this evening, would you raise your hands and please stand? I would like to swear everybody in, if I might, please. Okay. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge? I do. Thank you very much. We will turn to the presentation of the petitioner for 20 minutes. Mr. Shiner, please proceed.
Thank you. Chairman Lay and the rest of the commission, I really appreciate you giving us the opportunity to come before you tonight and having the special session. I also want to thank Kathy for all her guidance over the 2-year period. Mr. Els, who's not here tonight, and Dan Brinkman from Gewalt, they've been terrific in their advice. I also want to introduce our team that's here tonight. Sam Aiken is going to speak tonight on a lot of the technical issues. He's my partner, Shiner Capital Partners, in this development. We have Mike Bleck from Bleck Engineering, Tim Sjogren, our traffic engineer, Peter Theodore, our architect, Dave McCallum, our landscape architect. After we're complete, and so any questions you may have on any technical issues, they're here to answer those. We also have Scott Salisbury as the Regional Vice President of Whole Foods, and David Schwartz, the Regional Vice President of Operations for Whole Foods, who will be making a presentation when we're finished with our presentation.
Okay.
You know, we've worked almost 2 years to get to where we are tonight, and we're so grateful to have the opportunity to make the presentation and to be able to develop or potentially develop a project in the city of Lake Forest and all that means to us and all that means to the community. You know, when Sam Aiken first proposed a potential development there, I came to that with a lot of trepidation, most of which being I'm a member of Conway Farms, and I was on the board at that time. I was also chairman of the Mid-Am Committee. And I've got a lot of friends who live in the neighborhood. And as I thought about it, I said, well, if I'm going to do this, it's got to be done right. And I hope what you'll see is when we make a presentation tonight, you'll see that we're going to be able to develop a project in the city of Lake Forest and all that means to the community. You know, we've worked almost 2 years to get to where we are tonight, and we're so grateful to have the opportunity to make the presentation and to be able to develop or potentially develop a project in the city of Lake Forest and all that means to us and all that means to the community. Do you you'll know how much consideration we took into the needs and the concerns and all of the issues that have been raised throughout this process by both commissioners, the people in this room, by staff, and as we said before, we're trying to mix all of the various constituencies into a project that I think the City of Lake Forest will be proud if we have the opportunity to actually build it. And who better than to kick off a project than Whole Foods? You know, they're going to make a presentation as to what they bring to the community. But for us, Whole Foods, and I'm so grateful for their commitment to us and their commitment to Lake Forest. To us, Lake Forest and Whole Foods are in the same sentence and go together just really well. But as we thought about it, and it was first presented, one of the things that was really important to us, and you can see here on some of the different issues, different buildings in the area, was creating a community. Except the community was already here. Conway Farms, I think, has somewhere between 700 and 900 units. The church, you can see here what the church looks like. This is the clubhouse at Conway Farms. This is the old Whippoorwill estate that was here years and years ago. This is Mr. Stewart's home, and as a member of Conway, I want to offer my condolences to the Stewart family. Mr. Stewart passed away last week. And so I wanted to say that before I went on. But you can see what Conway looks like. You can see what the clubhouse looks like. You can see what Christ Church looks like. This was here years and years ago before it was turned down, and you can see some of the homes. And so what we tried to do in our vision was to have a place, even though, and Whole Foods will testify to this, that most of their sales are coming outside of Lake Forest. We really wanted to create a facility that people would feel like it was their place, their home. They'd come and shop here, they'd come and eat here, they would come and have a glass of wine here, they'd come after work, and not necessarily their clubhouse, but this, we wanted to develop a plan that integrated into the community and what we look at the community of Lake Forest in that area. Lake Forest isn't monolithic, and clearly West Lake Forest will look different than East Lake Forest in how it was designed, and we wanted to integrate that facility into that. And so how did we accomplish in getting where we're at and trying to fit in? This is our latest design. We went through building review and made numerous changes, adding glass features and peaks and creating a really dynamic presentation. And if you go back, you can see all the elements that were in all those major buildings that set what we think is the design elements of Conway, you'll find in our development. And then we started the process. We had this vision, we wanted it to be part of the community, and then we started the process to develop the shopping center as you'll see it today. If you remember, this is already has a project that's approved in place. It's 99,000 square feet, 84,000 square feet of office, 15,000 square feet of shops and restaurant. 15,000 square feet of shops came in the form of being in the 15,000-foot house, and the buildings with a 150-foot setback would be two four-story towers fronting around 225 feet in front of the Whole Foods, where that would be, and two twin office towers. As a comparison, our FAR, or our floor area to land area, is about 18%. The Sunset Foods development has approximately 28% FAR, or far more dense, and the shopping center across the street, the Starbucks, has an FAR of about 36 or 37%. One of the demands was to make this palatable to the community and a great plan. The first thing we did was to make sure we cut down the density, not only to make it a great plan and one that was workable for everyone, but also to reduce the amount of traffic that would come to the neighborhood. And we'll talk about traffic in a few minutes. The next thing we did, one of the biggest issues that came up in the November Plan Commission meeting was there was concern about cut-through traffic. And we made a presentation, I think Commissioner Ziccarelli commented on it, that we felt that people would avoid the two stoplights on Conway Farms and not take Everett to Conway Farms Drive. Well, whether it was accurate or whether the perception was, we've eliminated that problem by putting a landscape gate at our expense, both from a maintenance standpoint and an installation standpoint, between the two private properties. We're giving access to everyone in Amberley Woods so that live in the immediate neighborhood, but anyone outside the neighborhood, including Conway, must go up Route 60 and must turn left off of 60 into the project. So one of the major issues that was raised was cut-through traffic. We have eliminated in its entirety. The second thing that's really been a big issue is the trees. If you recall, this project was approved under court order and was subdivided. And when it was subdivided, the condos were sold off and the residential homes back in here. This is a tree survey, and what you'll see under the approved plan was that the areas in green are the tree preservation areas. We have not touched those at all in our plan, and so those tree preservation areas remain. In addition to which, under the previously approved plan, the trees here in yellow were approved to be taken down, and in fact, in your package, you'll note the City of Lake Forest has accepted a tree payment fee from the previous developer to pay for taking down those trees. The areas that were not covered either by the area of tree preservation or covered by the payment of fees is the area you see in red. We've taken great care to save as many trees as possible. We have not been able to do that in our plan, and we'll discuss the landscaping in the area, but I think it's a good thing to look at. As you see, this area blocks any of the visibility from the residential community behind, and this area with tree preservation will block much of the visibility coming from the east heading west, and this area has been already paid for in terms of the tree preservation issue by fee. One of the things that is very important is we have certain clusters of areas of trees that we have maintained. This area, and the thing that we want you to understand is how much care we took in each of the property lines and how much care we took in all of the sight lines. This is to the east of the right in, right out. Directly to the east of there is the condo building. And the condo building, as you can see here, their balconies face out onto 60, and there are no balconies that look directly onto the site. So if you're standing on your balcony, we have created an additional cluster of trees, and so that those who are looking there will actually have a better sight corridor by seeing the landscaping and blocking more of their views towards Route 60. As you go further to the south, we are going to offer tonight, we're putting a fence, which is in your package, all the way down to the Whole Foods so that the neighbors do not see any of the lights that come from the cars. And we are open to doing additional plantings on their property directly to the west of their windows so that they don't have a view of the parking lot. In addition to which, what's approved currently are two 4-story buildings directly to the north of where 225 feet to the north of where Whole Foods are. If you think about it, and those got built in what was approved, then the sunset would be blocked from the existing homeowners. By moving the Whole Foods back and keeping that open, the sunset's not going to be blocked. Clearly, if they're standing at their window, they'll be able to see the shopping center at some view. But if you're sitting down and normally watching either TV or entertaining friends, your sight lines to our center will not be impaired, and they'll be able to watch the sunset where the Whole Foods is set back. To the south, this is a berm on the southwest corner of the site. We are very aware that Kay Hovanian is intending on building homes there. We've agreed to landscape his area. We've agreed to create a berm to block any kind of visibility from those homes to the shopping center. And we've worked with Kay Hovanian to make sure and that they were satisfied with what we were doing on that property line. And if you remember the open space and the tree preservation area directly to the south of our center, none of the homes will be able to see through that forest. And one area that they could see, we put a tree cluster together to make sure that there was no visibility from those homes. The other thing, and we'll talk about this property line last, but on the west property line here, We have landscaped into the public area at our cost and also to maintain it at our cost, having savings to the city. This is the area I was talking about at Cahovanian that we're building a massive berm with landscaping to screen from the homes. This is the open space area, the tree preservation area that also shields the homes. This is additional landscaping and detention. We're running a fence from here to here, and this is the area I was talking about where the balconies, we're creating better sight lines. We think this is very important, although not everyone in the condo building is supportive. The majority of people in the condo building are supportive of it. They're supportive because we spent time, talked about sight lines, talked about the gate, talked about cut-through traffic, talked about plantings near their windows, and made sure on this property line that they were satisfied with what we were doing. Here, we wanted to satisfy the community that we'd have additional landscaping. Here, we wanted to address the cut-through traffic and also the sight lines of the community. We think we have spent a long time for a lot of issues to make sure that every area was covered from sight lines to landscaping and addressing their concerns. And I want to reiterate, the neighbors to the east and the neighbors to the south are fully supportive of our project. You know, but there are technical issues in how to run a shopping center. Those things also took a lot of care. One other concern before I get there was home values. The reality of this shopping center is that it's a few blocks off a four-way interchange. It's what we consider today an urban development. One of the concerns raised at the last commission was home values. Now, there are many people who would never want to live off a four-way interchange. There are many people who wouldn't want to live off Route 60, and to them it's not of value. But all the experts we've talked to, including Cahovanian, the home builder, including Ann Danner, who's going to build a condo building next door, want this because walkability is a key factor in increasing value. And those who are willing to live in what we call more of an urban setting with large traffic really want the ability to walk for their food, to walk to the coffee shop, to walk to the dry cleaner. And so I think you may agree or disagree that a shopping center is appropriate here, but we contend with very little, with overwhelming evidence that home values will not decline as a result of a shopping center in an area such as this. You know, I can't thank Whole Foods enough, as I said. One of the things we wanted to make sure of, as you look over here, Whole Foods was gracious enough to do a lot of things and to make this a really special development. The first thing, I don't think you'll ever see a development of a Whole Foods anywhere in the country that doesn't have a pylon sign. And what we've done is we've basically created over in this area almost a T-box marker with Whole Foods on it. You'll never see an area that doesn't have a main drive into their area with just their main drive off the street in here. The design to allow berming that we're going to show later to block the visitability of their building, you're not going to see very often, if ever, in what Whole Foods has agreed to. And as I said, the last thing we're going to deal with is the setback issue. But the things that Whole Foods agreed to redesign the interior layout of their building so that the screening, when the trucks are delivered, the neighbors wouldn't see the deliveries. And we took care to make sure that whatever your sight line was, you would not see the trucks coming in, and how we screened it and how it turned around. And we spent a lot of care in doing that. And so when Whole Foods talks tonight, after we're done, you're going to hear all the things that Whole Foods has done and all the concessions they've made to make this a place that you won't find anywhere else in Chicago. And certainly not many places anywhere, because Lake Forest is a real important location for them. They're paying a premium to be here. They want to be here. They're committed to it, and we're committed to bringing them to Lake Forest. The other things that we have done, delivery hours are limited. They'll talk about that. Lighting is better. In the currently approved office building, the lights are on from dawn to dusk. Here, they're on for an hour after closing for security reasons. We've looked at screening. We've looked at garbage. All the garbage for Whole Foods is interior-based in the loading area. They will talk about the deliveries and the screening and of the garbage, I assume, when they talk. Landscaping. We talked earlier about the trees. We're planting over 300 trees in 8 acres. We are taking down some trees. Obviously, a shopping center has to work, and it has to be functional, and it has to work. But, you know, if you think about that, on an 8-acre site, we're adding about 40 trees per acre. David McCallum is here, and any questions you have on some of the details of landscaping, we would be happy to provide. The last 3 issues that we're going to talk about is traffic, detention, and the setback, which seem to have been the biggest issues. The intersection of Saunders and Route 60, really any issues that are caused by that are caused by the office park. The right turn movement at peak hours in the afternoon is the largest right turn movement in the state of Illinois. And whatever traffic we have and whatever traffic we generate, if you look at the bottom, approximately 6% of the total traffic at peak hours. And in fact, these have been reviewed by IDOT and approved, and we've reached an agreement with IDOT and the City of Lake Forest, Illinois Department of Transportation, on the improvements we're going to make. We are running from Saunders Road all the way to Conway Farms because of the right-in, right-out. And again, when the office building was approved, there was no right-in, right-out. 100% of the traffic was going through Saunders Road, and now we've created a right-in, right-out so that there's relief, and traffic heading east are able to not use the intersection and bypass it. So we've made the situation better in that regards. We're creating less traffic in peak hours in the office building, both because of density and because of the use and because of when office buildings, most of their people leave the building. So it's better than improvement. We have an agreement with IDOT. One of the other things we're offering, of course, our original offer in your package is to build the road all the way to Saunders Road and to give a $200,000 contribution. One of the issues that IDOT had was the concern at peak hours of the left turn movement heading from east to west. Originally, they were thinking about a double turn bay. What they've asked us to do is to rebuild the existing turn bay and lengthen it, basically giving the same queuing, and to lengthen that queue as a single turn bay, which we've agreed to do. So it's still on the table. We're going to increase the single turn bay, which will solve the issue they were concerned with originally. We are going to run the road from Saunders to Conway Farm, and we've offered $200,000 towards any future improvements made to Conway Farm, to the intersection of Saunders and Route 60. And even though we've been asked to do more, we still have that offer on the table. One of the conditions that was in the package from staff was to give an amount for the intersection and for a study. We're willing to do that. We need to have some sort of number applied to that versus an open-ended liability. So we're okay with the condition. We just have to, we're not willing to have an open-ended liability when it comes time, but we are there to make a contribution. But as you can see, in the weekday AM peak, we're 65% below. In the PM peak, we're 5% below the approved office plan. We create more traffic on the Saturday and Sunday, but the intersection works perfectly. So it's a little misleading at these times where the intersection is failing or not working up to the level of service. We're actually decreasing the traffic as it relates to the approved office building. Here's the detention. What is that? Oh, that's right, I'm sorry. This will show you the expanded right turn lane here. And we're going to increase the length of this turn bay here. And this road will complete all the way to Conway Farms Drive. Here we go. We have looked at this extensively, and it is a great detention plan. The way the water flows, it flows from here down through the service drive into the south pond, into the north pond, and then across into Stonebridge. Now, I want to make a few comments because there's been a lot of controversy over this. But there are a lot of things we've done. First of all, we are taking water from Amberley Woods condo building that they're currently flooding, and we're making their situation better. We have had our engineer, Mike Bleck, who is on one of your commissions, who's recused himself from a vote on that commission, staff engineer Bob Ells, and outside consulting engineer Gewalt Hamilton, who have reviewed, signed off, and approved our detention plan. The way it works, I'm not going to get into all the details, but the water quality is better. There will be no flooding as a result of what we're doing. And so what we're doing is making a situation better. I'm going to use this last analogy, and then you can ask questions of Mike Bleck later. You know, there's a famous Supreme Court case and said you cannot yell fire in a movie theater when there's no fire. And the fact that you say that the detention doesn't work doesn't make it so. Because no one who's reviewed this and no one who has looked at this will tell you that it does not work and does not work properly, and which has not been previously improved from a detention and water quality standpoint. We built over 57 or 58. Thank you very much. Great timing. 58 projects. We have never had an issue with detention, ever. We're not going to have one here. And Michael can answer all the technical questions that you want. If the Thunder would have waited 5 minutes for another 2 seconds, we would have gone into the 150-foot setback. And so it's probably the biggest issue, and I know I'm running out of time, or may have run out of time.
Take 3 minutes.
Can you give me 3 minutes?
Can
I
you do
can
it in 3
minutes.
Okay.
When you come off Route 60, you've got 3 views. The first thing is Costco and Mettawa. Whether you're coming west to east or whether you're coming off the driveway, this Opus development has over 150 feet of setback, but when you look at it, what you see is a building and a sea of parking. When you look at Costco, they have about 60 feet of setback. You see a sea of parking and a building. When you come to our project, and this is really important, this is the corner. We've created a 5-foot berm. The idea was to follow the spirit of what you were trying to do. Whether it's 50 feet, 100 feet, or 150 feet, when you're in a car on Route 60, all you're going to see is the berm. You will not see our cars. Within 5 to 7 years, as the landscape grows, you probably won't see much of the building, and you won't see Whole Foods approve that very often. That's how important it is for them to be in Lake Forest. But from Route 60 in the corner, all you're going to see is a berm and landscaping. As you move further down the line, now look, there's a building there. It's 26 feet high. And imagine if it was the office building only 75 feet behind that building, but it was instead 50 feet high versus 26 feet high. 70 to 75% of our frontage is that berm and landscaping, where from Route 60, this is to scale, you're not going to see the cars. And the truth is, in 5 to 7 years, and I apologize, Scott and Dave, for saying this, you're going to see limited sight lines into that building. So from the person driving down Route 60, and we've doubled this from 25 to 50 feet, and we didn't explain it well enough, what will it matter to someone on that street, whether it's 50, 100, or 150 feet? Because all they're going to be seeing is a mound of landscaping and trees and evergreens. And they won't know the difference. Now, I will tell you, we can probably find another 5 to 10 feet. But the combination of building and landscaping is going to create the spirit of which the 150-foot setback was originally intended. And if I increased it to 150, which would make the project go away, the vista and view from everyone who goes by that center won't be any different. Topography matters. You can have 100 or 200 feet at Opus, but it doesn't matter because it sits below you. And you see the sea of parking in the building. It doesn't matter at Costco because you see the parking in the building because it sits below you. And it's luck, because nothing I did, and that's why the Thunder was great. I could have referenced a higher power. There it is. Thank you so much. It is the fact that the topography sits above this and people won't be able to see this. And if you really thought about it, it meets the spirit of what this setback was for. And with that, I want to thank you for your time. Sorry I ran over, and I want to introduce David and Scott from Whole Foods.
Good evening, everybody, commissioners, residents, and guests. My name is Scott Salisbury. I'm a regional vice president for Whole Foods Market. I've been with Whole Foods for 26 years, and I oversee store design and construction.
Good evening, everybody. My name is David Schwartz. I'm Regional Vice President of Operations, so I oversee store operations for Whole Foods. I've been with Whole Foods for just over 20 years now.
I would like to reiterate one more time how excited we are about the possibility of being at the gateway of this community. I mean, we're talking about a 40-year commitment, minimum. That's a long marriage, right? A very long marriage. And I assure you, we go into this partnership with Lake Forest with good faith and the best of intentions, and we cannot wait to get this store open and to get started. We'd like to share a little bit today about our high-quality retail experience, and what David and I would also like to talk about is things about Whole Foods Market that excite us and why we are great corporate citizens for Lake Forest. First of all, we're a community store. Each one of our stores has a community outreach specialist, which is very unique in our industry. Our store leadership is also very involved in the community, so we have people out there in the community forging those relationships and making things happen. Each of our stores has a donations budget, and the stores are very nimble with this budget, and they're able to do whatever they want with this budget within the community. They have complete autonomy. Once a quarter in each of our stores, we have what we call a 5% day, where we get a local charity into the store, and they get 5% of the store sales for that day, and they can drum up all the support they want in the community leading up to that event. They can set up their table in the store and talk to customers as they shop the store, but it's a great way to connect to the community and a cornerstone of our efforts. Store design and product selection. We typically meet with store community groups before the store opens.
I like that. Got a lot of good signs.
But we meet with the community. We want to find out what you want to see in the store, what venues you want to see, what grocery offerings and food offerings you think are lacking in the community. It's very important to us, and we will do that. And as Bill was talking about, we see our stores as being a community gathering spot. I think I've talked about this before when I've been here. We'll have beautiful seating areas. We'll have lounges. We'll have coffee bars, we'll have juice bars, we'll have all sorts of cool areas where people can gather and relax. What did Howard Schultz call it? The third place?
Third place, right.
You know, you have your home, you have your work, and we want to be that third place. We want to be one of those places in the community where people can come, gather, relax, meet with friends, meet with relatives, etc.
And real quick, for those that don't know who Howard Schultz is, he's actually CEO of Starbucks. So nothing to do with Whole Foods. I think one of the things that's important to recognize also, there's a couple of pictures, I think on the left. Actually, both of those pictures are from our Lincoln Park store for those that have never been there before. But one of the things that's very unique at Whole Foods, for those that aren't aware or haven't realized, having been in multiple Whole Foods, which I'm sure some of you have, is no two look alike. And ultimately, what Scott's saying is actually dead on true, is we're going to build a store that's tailored to the Lake Forest community. It's not going to look like the Deerfield store. It's not going to look like the Schaumburg store or the Killdeer store. It's going to look and feel like it belongs right here. Go back.
I've got a funny story. The bar on the right, that's upstairs, and that used to be, in that store, a wellness center. That used to be a place where people could go up, get advice on diet and exercise, and the customers didn't like it. They didn't use it. They wanted another place to hang out with their friends. So not only will we listen to the community before the store opens, but we listen to the community after the store opens, and that wasn't a cheap fix.
No, and I would also say it is kind of ironic that at Whole Foods, the wellness
Excuse me.
center- was it? Sorry.
Your voice isn't being picked up on the video, so if you could step forward. Thank you.
My family always, yeah.
Just step up to the mic.
Always found it kind of ironic that at
Sir?
Whole Foods.
Speak into the mic, please.
Speaking tonight?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I found it ironic that at a Whole Foods that the wellness center would not be successful, but a bar would actually be successful. Seems kind of not like that. It should be that way. So one of the things that's a big differentiator for us at Whole Foods, obviously, is the product that we sell. And I don't necessarily need to read this off to you. I'm sure many of you are reading it right now. Those that have been in Whole Foods or obviously are very familiar know that we have extremely high quality standards. We like to feel very strongly that we have the highest quality standards in the industry. You can see we evaluate every product that we sell in our stores has gone through a very clear process to understand the ingredients. We believe that you should expect that out of us, and we in turn will deliver that to you. You know, if you're familiar, we have no products with artificial preservatives, artificial flavors, colors, sweeteners. We're very passionate about great tasting food and primarily a big focus on organics. But we're also a big retailer when it comes to local and supporting local. And part of our process also of coming into a new community is understanding what local businesses, or rather what local purveyors exist. So maybe there's somebody that makes brownies locally. I know I met somebody over the weekend that makes brownies locally. So we look to try and incorporate those local business opportunities into our stores. Send me to you? Yeah. So you can see here also what we'll offer our community here in Lake Forest, sustainably sourced seafood. We feel very strongly that we have the best seafood around and our best meat departments that we could possibly offer with the very highest animal welfare standards, actually the highest animal welfare standards in the industry. And those that have been in Whole Foods know that we always offer butchers on staff to take care of our customers and offer whatever cuts you could possibly want.
And you know what, back to that other slide, we have been industry leaders in organic produce, we have been industry leaders in sustainable seafood, and we are now industry leaders in animal welfare. All of these things we have been the industry leaders in, and we've started the movement. So in terms of prepared foods, it's a huge differentiator for us. We have in-house kitchens, all the food is produced in-house, great trained chefs on staff. You'll see 3 or 4 food bars, you'll see pizza venues, you'll see sushi venues, we have what's called flex venues where it can be tacos today, it could be fish and chips tomorrow. We try to keep flexible spaces in our stores so we can react to the needs of the community. Full production bakery, everything's baked in-house, trained pastry chefs, just wonderful product we produce out of there. Huge selection of beer, wine, and cheese from around the world. David, why don't you tell them about the certified cheese specialists?
We have a position now in our sorry, just so used to yelling. We have a position in our store now. Every store has what we call a CPS, a certified cheese professional, CCP, I'm sorry. And this team member goes through a series of trainings that actually makes them a certified cheese specialist. And I'm not quite sure exactly how many hours it is, but it's pretty rigorous. And the idea behind this is we want to make sure that we have team members that can fully educate you on the product that we sell. And we've continued to look at opportunities within our store, whether it's in our bakery, our meat department, or specifically what Scott's talking about in our cheese department, to be able to have the most well-educated, trained team members. So that way we can answer all of your questions. A very, very fantastic program that we implemented this past year.
And we have a full selection of center of the store products, grocery, frozen, dairy, health and beauty aids, vitamins. We're totally a one-stop shop. And we have a value line called 365 Everyday Value, and we have hundreds and hundreds of SKUs across the store, and those are competitively priced against all competitors all the time.
I mentioned earlier that I've been with Whole Foods for over 20 years, and one of the things that I'm most prideful of, and I'll actually talk about another one in a second, but is the level of customer service that we expect in our stores. And that's because we understand that you expect a very high level of customer service in our stores. Our team members go through some pretty significant training, where traditionally in a grocery store or retail, for the most part, those that have worked in other retail operations, it's pretty much just the expectation that you'll be nice to your customer. It's well beyond that. We spend a lot of time training our team members. We believe we have the best team members, and again, team members are the equivalent of employees. At Whole Foods, we believe very strongly in the team concept, so we refer to our team members as team members, our department managers are team leaders, and our store managers are store team leaders. And as it says here, we train and empower our team members to take care of our guests at any cost. Ultimately, we recognize the fact that you keep us in business, and our team members are trained to recognize that also.
And you know, Whole Foods Market also thinks that business has a higher purpose, or we know business has a higher purpose. We call it conscious capitalism. We brought a dozen books if you'd like to pick one up before you leave, but basically this says it's our commitment as a company to have a higher purpose, to give back at a higher level. John Mackey, our co-CEO, wrote this book, Conscious Capitalism. It's a good read. I wouldn't tell him this, a little dry at first, but pick up a copy if you want. So one of our initiatives in this vein is our local producer loan program, where we give low-interest loans to local producers. We started it in 2007. We've made loans to 155 companies, as you can see, for to date to 10 million, and we just dedicated another 25 million to that effort. And as David said, supporting local is huge to us. And not only do we support local products, but we've got the network of stores. By the time this store opens, we hope it opens, please let it open, we'll have 29 stores in Chicagoland. And that's quite a network of outlet for local products. Plus, a lot of local products go global or national, and we have almost 400 stores nationally. So really big to us, this local thing.
Yeah, if I could add real quick, I had the opportunity a couple weeks ago to go down to Bedford Park and spend some time with the founders of an organization or a company called Farmed Here. We sell their product in most of our stores in Illinois. They raise hydroponic greens, so this is all in-house. So it's a fantastic operation. It's a beautiful product, a great tasting product, and they were a recipient of a local loan from Whole Foods a couple of years ago.
Gentlemen, could you
Yeah,
wrap it up? Your
You
time
bet.
has expired.
Sorry for taking so long. So one of the foundations that we're extremely proud of is our Whole Planet Foundation. So those that have had the opportunity, maybe this past February or March, to shop in one of our stores, when you got to the register, you were probably asked by the cashier if you'd like to donate to the Whole Planet Foundation. We have our Whole Planet Foundation is a partnership with Grameen Bank, and the goal here is to help eliminate poverty. We've made a lot of, I shouldn't say too much headway, but obviously you could see there, this has been participated by 59 different countries. We've committed $48 million. And basically the premise in the short is that we provide loans to poverty-stricken women, primarily in third world countries, but we have also recently done loans in both Newark, New Jersey and Omaha, Nebraska. And you can see we've supported 2.4 million people in the process. More locally is our Whole Kids Foundation. And again, this one keeps it very local. And this is where we've, in the past, donated salad bars to schools. You could see to date, and this is only a few years old, this foundation, 3,300 salad bars donated. And we've gotten gardens started because of this also. And we've served $2.7 million students in an effort to get students to eat healthier.
And I'm sorry we're running over. I'll shoot through this. Bill made a lot of these points already. We project 23% of our customers will come from Lake Forest. What that means to us is there's going to be a large tax draw from outside the immediate area. Also, mostly new customers will not cannibalize the existing businesses, hopefully, and we think competition is good. When a new competitor comes into the market, everybody looks at what they're doing. They increase their service, they increase their product offerings, they increase their selection. And the Lake Forest customer is the one that benefits from that. Bill, once again, already talked about the compromise. We would never get a site with landscaping like this approved through our real estate committee. Bill talked about the hidden ingress and egress. Exterior signage isn't quite what we would normally get in a building. So, you know, it's all about the compromise. We're also paying very high rent relative to what we would be able to get in the neighboring communities. And once again, we're very happy to do it. We love this community and we want to be a part of it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. We move next to any identification of issues by staff. Kathy?
Thank you, Chairman Lay. I will try and keep my comments brief because I know there are a lot of other people who want to speak. Obviously, there's a lot of interest in this petition, as there often is in development proposals.
It's a tornado warning.
It's a code red. It's a flash flood warning.
A flash flood warning.
I'm hoping we're okay.
Okay, I'll try and start again.
Go ahead.
And staff, I know the Plan Commission, I know other appointed elected officials, have heard from a lot of people. And from the staff perspective, we have really looked at this and tried to balance to the best of our ability the various issues. There is no single answer that's the right answer for this. Looking at issues that need to be balanced, certainly the whole economics, the opportunity for the city. There's been a lot of comparison of this to Costco. Certainly the magnitude of revenues the city would have received from Costco was a much greater magnitude than in this case, and for other reasons the city said no to Costco. But the economic factors are really important in considering this. Certainly community character, neighborhood compatibility has to be considered as well. Assuring that the site, when developed, is functional, not just for current tenants, but over the long term, so that problems on the site don't bleed over into adjacent properties or cause some unintended consequences. And finally, the fourth issue we worked hard to balance is really to look at existing regulations, existing policies, and see how those mix with what is proposed. Lake Forest has a long tradition of doing long-term planning, and certainly those plans change from time to time, but never without very careful consideration, deliberate thought, and really looking at what is best for the long term of the community. The community has never been one to follow trends. So with that, you do have a staff report in front of you. We really have tried to move this to a point, even though there are still many questions, where the Plan Commission could move this forward. And in order to support that kind of a recommendation, you have a number of pretty detailed conditions in your staff report. I won't go over all of those, but I do want to speak to just a few of those. And before I do, I want to make one comment. I think it was noted several times that there's a previous plan approved for this site. The previous plan was approved for the entire 40-acre Amberley Woods site. And that review process did take about 4 years. And actually, in the end, the city worked closely with the developer, came up with a settlement agreement, and that plan was approved. The driving forces of that plan really, at that time, was to look at preserving trees on what was a 40-acre wooded site. The overall plan was looked at together. The city never did receive a specific plan for the office development. 2 office buildings with the height of up to 45 feet were approved. A general configuration of both surface parking and underground parking were approved, and the plan required the preservation of the existing residents, and to support that, there were a number of uses that were approved for that. But there was never a specific plan approved. There would never, that discussion never got to the point of, for instance, things like regulating when lighting might have to be turned off on the site at night. To speak to a few of the conditions, uses. We've heard from many in the community support for Whole Foods. And so it's really good to see Whole Foods representatives engaged in the process. It's good to hear they're interested in tailoring both the outside and inside of the store to the community. I think those discussions are really important and would welcome involvement at the staff level to continue those discussions. But in hearing from people that they support Whole Foods, we understood that it's really important to assure that over the long term, knowing that things can change, that at least there is a requirement as part of this approval to assure that the anchor store remains a grocery store, doesn't get subdivided, and that if the tenant for that large space is anything other than a high-quality grocery store, such as Whole Foods, that the project or the proposed tenant would need to come back before the city for approval. So that really assures that the key feature that's supported by the majority of the community for this site is in fact followed. The conditions on use is also speaking to keeping the majority of the spaces in all of the outlots retail. Certainly the driving force is sales tax revenue, recognizing that a bank and some non-retail producing, non-sales tax producing uses are desired. Drainage was mentioned, and city engineering staff have reviewed the preliminary drainage plan and do find that it is technically workable. We have heard continued concerns from residents at Stonebridge about water volume in the pond, water quality in the pond. So there is a condition that just recognizes that if, as the project unfolds, there are impacts to those ponds that can be directly attributed to this commercial development, that there would be some ability to assure that there is involvement by the owner of the development to correct those problems. The traffic issue, again, our engineering staff has reviewed the proposed intersection improvements. At the city's request, there was a meeting set up with IDOT, which city staff attended, and there is concurrence that the intersection today, at certain times, performs at a failing level, and it really should not fall on this developer to make any improvements to the current condition, and in fact, such improvements really are beyond the scope of this project. So the proposal to extend the westbound left turn lane is acceptable and avoids the improvements that would have been needed under the developer's original proposal to add the dual left. It avoids the improvements that would have been needed on Saunders Road. So the extension of the left turn lane is acceptable. The city supports, as does IDOT, the right in, right out, and the extension of the acceleration lane through to connect with the decel lane near Conway Farms. With the reduction in overall improvements that would be needed at the outset to that intersection, there is a recommendation that the developer contribute to fund a preliminary intersection design study, and we will, I did hear the request for a number on that, we will certainly do that. And then over the longer term, with any intersection, as the existing users of that intersection have done in the past, if there was a whole-scale improvement project planned to that intersection in 5 years and 15 years and 25 years, it is the expectation that each of those users on the corner would share proportionate to the amount of traffic they generate in those improvements. Perhaps there's grants in there, perhaps there's some state or city money, but the extent of what those improvements might be certainly is not something that could be determined at this time. Amberley Court, engineering staff has confirmed that the gated option is acceptable as long as there really is sufficient room for turning movements on the south side of that gate. What's currently proposed is a pullout, would certainly allow a car to turn in that area, but doesn't accommodate larger vehicles. From a planning perspective, from a public safety perspective, you do still have a recommendation in your packet that Amberley Court be terminated in a cul-de-sac. That really is the best way to protect that neighborhood character-wise, to avoid exposing it, opening it up to a regional shopping center. We did hear that about 80% of the users of this shopping center are expected to come from the north and the west. By creating a solid screen, avoiding exposing that neighborhood, that is still our recommendation from a neighborhood character and safety perspective. The setback issue along Route 60 has been significant as far as the number of comments we've received. The setback certainly is established, other than one of the Conway buildings that was constructed and approved prior to that area annexing into the city. All of the buildings, even single-family homes, respect that 150-foot setback. In fact, the buildings average a setback of over 200 feet. Certainly, there should be some compromise. We do recognize that to make a commercial shopping center viable at this corner, there needs to be some compromise on that. You do have a recommendation that 50 feet may not be quite enough, but certainly is open to your discussion. But it is an issue that people have communicated some strong feelings about. With respect to the setback along Saunders, what's approved today is a 50-foot setback from the property line. What's proposed is a 5-foot setback, and the developer is requesting permission to landscape the right-of-way. There would need to be some kind of license agreement with the city, but given the visibility of Saunders and the ability for Saunders Road to actually provide views into this shopping center from 60 as you approach the tollway, that elimination of that setback seems to be appropriate. Two final comments. I would note that the Building Review Board did see this project initially. They have not taken action to support the design and provided feedback looking at exterior materials, really looking at a building form that recognizes that it is a commercial as opposed to a residential building, and looking at some of the elements. The architectural design of the building, the signage, the lighting and the landscaping would need to go back in detailed form to the Building Review Board. There is also a request for demolition of the existing residence on the property. That, at some point in this process, would need to go before the Historic Preservation Commission. I think with that, I will stop talking, be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for, bring the petitioners in as well to questions at this point, either by the commission of either of the petitioners or of staff. Buggy, you want to start?
Nothing at this time.
Okay.
I have one question regarding the setback issue. When 150 feet was designated a number of years ago as the appropriate setback, do you remember what the rationale or what the calculation was to achieve that?
I remember the discussion. Then Mayor Howard Kerr observed that there were tremendous development pressures along the Route 60 corridor. In fact, the property today that is Stonebridge and the property that is Town Line Park were actually approved for a significant amount of office development. I believe 750,000 square feet of office. The entire 40-acre Amberley parcel was in play. At that time, a moratorium was put on development along the Route 60 corridor. We held community visioning sessions, and there was an amendment adopted to the city's comprehensive plan. Through that amendment, through those discussions, the city actually held a referendum, and the residents supported acquisition of the property that today is Town Line Park, and there was approval of the Stonebridge residential subdivision in lieu of the office that was originally approved. The idea of preserving a landscape corridor along Route 60 to avoid situations, as you see in many other communities along state roads, where it becomes more of a commercial corridor. The idea really was to preserve that landscaped frontage consistent with really the theme throughout the city. So it was about a gateway, it was about a landscape corridor, and it was about respecting the setback distances of buildings that had already been established. Why the 150 number was reached exactly, I don't recall. I think it was a blend of looking at the existing conditions, looking at how Stonebridge might be developed, and really picking a number that seemed to be consistent with what was out there at the time.
Other questions?
Has the city explored any potential amendment that, rather than restrict non-sales tax generating elements of the project to less than 10%, have we debated the merits or the legality of creating a sales tax replacement element? So in other words, if a bank occupies a pad site building that conceivably could generate $1 million in sales, translating into $10,000 worth of sales tax revenue to the city, why not just have that sales tax replacement revenue be derived from some other mechanism?
The City Council has had various discussions along that line. At this point, they have not chosen to go in that direction. The suggestion for a limitation on non-retail uses comes from the staff and is really based on the fact that we have that in place currently in the Central Business District and currently have it in place at Forest Square and Waukegan. But the city council has debated various revenue mechanisms and various opportunities to create different taxes, and they have not chosen to do so at this point.
And does the city concur with the petitioner's traffic analysis in terms of its generation of traffic relative to the alternative approved project?
With respect to the office,
With respect to the petitioner's figures, is the city in concurrence with the findings?
I think yes. I think generally the numbers seem reasonable. Certainly, office development on this site would have added to the peak hours. We do expect there to be considerable traffic to the shopping center from Conway Park, particularly at the end of the day, so there will be some double movements. But yes, I think we're comfortable with those traffic estimates and comfortable with the agreement that was, the preliminary agreement that has been reached by, with IDOT. That seems to have preliminary support from IDOT.
And my final question, Mr. Commissioner, with respect to the cul-de-sac versus the gate solution, is it the overriding opinion of the local residents that they would also prefer a cul-de-sac, or is that really just the city's position relative to some perceived level of future safety issues?
I won't profess to speak for the residents in the area. What we do know is that of the 24 approved single-family lots on Amberley Court, 2 are developed today. So there are many residents who are not there to speak for themselves, who will likely have a voice either by not purchasing lots or by coming to the city and saying, gosh, there's a moving truck trying to turn around at the end of my street. So it is based on a planning principle of separation of uses such as single-family homes and a large commercial development is really a basic theory, and from an aesthetic, from a community character and neighborhood safety perspective, it is really an appropriate approach.
Jim? Just a couple questions. One to build on that is on how many properties will have those transponders if a gate is approved? Is it just the 22 single-family lots?
My understanding is that I believe there are 24, maybe I have the numbers wrong. I believe there's 24 single-family lots. There is one condo building constructed today that has 45 units.
Okay.
There's a second condo building that is approved that has 45 units. It's my understanding that the transponders would be limited to that group. The city would not have control over that, who would get those or how they would be maintained. And we would not monitor that. That would really be a private issue.
Okay. I had a couple of questions of the petitioner or of the Whole Foods people as well. First of all, one of the questions, or one of the issues that brought up was 22% of the, or 23%, I think, of the revenues would be coming from Lake Forest. The rest would be outside. Do you have a sense of directionally where they would be coming from? I think Kathy mentioned the lion's share would be from the north and the west. Do you have definitive numbers around that?
I don't have those numbers with me, but they were primarily to the north and to the west. Because to the south would typically be shopping at our existing Whole Foods, and obviously to the east would be coming to the store. So primarily north and west.
Okay, and then this would be for the petitioner, Mr. Shiner. So you've taken a look at that. One of the issues, as you recall, and is raised in the materials, is the potential cut through Conway Farms. So has that been considered, these percentages been considered in your development here?
Well, in our traffic study, when we originally did this, we specifically looked at the Everett Road through Conway Farms cut-through traffic. And the truth is, there was virtually no traffic that did that under a traffic study. I think it was, as I said, and I think Commissioner Ziccarelli mentioned it, well, people are going to want to avoid that light. So there's 2 issues. The first issue is that we can't get approval from the Master Association to build a cul-de-sac. And we couldn't get support from the neighbors without the ability to have a gate because most of the neighbors immediately there wanted the ability to access into the Whole Foods. And there were two reasons why. One, they didn't want to proceed and have to wait at two stoplights. So if you're in the condo building, you have a store right there, it forces you to do the 3.5 or 4 minutes and wait at two stoplights to make a left and another left, versus having your mechanism, transponder, whatever it is, and be able to go right into it. So it's important to the Stonebridge community and the Conway community that the cut-through traffic be eliminated. Into the Amberley community, it was important for them to have access, and none of them wanted to shut it off completely. And it's a private property. The city doesn't control the property. So it's an agreement between two private owners in order to solve two different issues. I mean, the Stonebridge community and the Conway community, and I met with Conway community, was very concerned about the traffic through Everett. So our traffic studies have dealt with it. And what we found is that if you couldn't cut through, then it would be 4.5 minutes less to take Waukegan to Route 60 versus taking off of Waukegan. The biggest concern is coming off Waukegan, going to Everett Road, turning right onto Conway Farms Drive, wending your way through, avoiding the two lights. And it was true, the commissioner was correct. In fact, if you could avoid those two lights and have the cut-through ability, then that 4-minute difference really almost disappeared. Now it would be an almost 4-minute difference if someone cut through and went through. And maybe the first time Whole Foods open, they run into the gate, but the second time that's not happening. So the problem we have is the private issue. The second problem is we wanted to satisfy those who weren't part of Amberley. And then third, truthfully, to garner support and help, Amberley really wanted direct access to be able not to have to go onto Route 60. And four, it keeps traffic off the intersection. So that was the reason why we came to this.
On this topic of the gate, turnaround, cul-de-sac, could we put on a map up there to kind of pinpoint where this would be located? Because I think there's some confusion about that.
By the way, it's my partner Sam Ankin, who is a gate expert. So if you have any technical questions. It is right here.
Right there, okay. I mean, that was my assumption, but there was some thought that it was actually at a different
Is
location.
that where you go into the
To stop them from
Conway
going down, but it wouldn't from a
No, this
perspective
is
of
Conway
customers
Farms Drive.
coming
Nothing in
from other
Conway
parts.
Farms is blocked off. This is just between the two private properties. No one will see this, frankly. It's right in here. It's between the two private properties. Conway Farms is still open.
Bicycle trails and
It's
walking
still
trails
open
being
to
put in as well.
anybody that wants to go through there.
Today.
No, ma'am.
It's
Conway Farms Road.
Conway Farms is,
Anybody that doesn't want
Right.
to go all the way to Waukegan Road can cut through Conway Farms Road to get to Everett. Correct?
Yes.
well, sure.
That's where they're gonna go.
You know, we should really go up to the have public.
Public, you'll have a chance to speak. Any further questions of Mr. Shiner? I have several, if I may.
Sure.
You said nothing about, except for a few, the conditions in the report. You said nothing about the recommendation of a 100-foot setback. And could you talk about whether or not you accept the staff report recommendations and conditions?
In fact, I was going to ask to respond, but I got a little nervous and got a little out of time, so I apologize for that. There are 15 conditions that I think are in your staff report. We agree to 12 of them in totality.
Which three don't you?
The three is the setback. As
Okay.
we go to 100 feet, as I said, we can probably find another 5 or 10 feet, but beyond that, we can't. And by getting 5 or 10 feet, we'd probably have to cut out a little bit of the rear setback.
And you're currently at 50?
We're currently at 50. We're 65 feet from back of curb. Because there's 15 feet of IDOT right away, so that we're 65 feet from back of curb. The second, which we really accept, but we really have to look at because we just saw them today, and we don't have a problem with it, which is the IDOT recommendation. We're willing to make a contribution. What we're very concerned about, it's an open-ended liability. We don't understand the language. We've got to send it to our attorney. What I'm telling you is we're willing to contribute our fair share to the intersection. What we're very concerned about is having an open-ended liability as an entrepreneur. The landowner who currently owns the land contributed $237,000 to the intersection improvements. IDOT basically came to the same conclusion on a pro rata basis, 5 or 6%. when we see the open-ended language, it scares me a lot. I mean, does that mean 20 years from now, we have a $2 million obligation, a $3 million obligation, a $500,000 obligation? So in total, we want to do our fair share. We're certainly, as I told you, willing to make a contribution now to be reserved for future intersection improvements. But we're always nervous of an open-ended liability. So that was one. And so by the time we get to city council, I'm hoping we can work out language. But in theory, I don't, of the three that are left, I don't have a problem with that. But you can understand why I'm nervous when I have a liability on us that has no ending. So we've got to look at that. The setback, we've gone on.
What's the third one?
The third one is, we've got to read the language on maintaining the right of a city to basically, if Whole Foods leaves after 30 or 40 years, or 25 years, or 30 years or goes bankrupt, God, I'm just kidding, guys. I don't see that happening. How do we then go to the city to release this? You know, for those in the business, if you had a restriction that the city's going to be my leasing agent, it has two things. The most important thing is the unintended consequence. And the unintended consequence is a new board comes in and they say, you know, we just don't like that use. We don't like that food store. We'd rather have you stay vacant for 10 years. My view is everyone wants to be in Lake Forest. The difficulty of ever getting a development done in Lake Forest, the lack of land, the lack of commercial land. I mean, Whole Foods is here because it's Lake Forest. And ultimately, Lake Forest has to believe that we can release it. But having a government entity basically be my leasing agent, I think is very difficult. Well, we agree to the 12. I think we agree to the IDOT issue. We just have to work out how to protect my investors from an open-ended liability. And the two that we object to, as I said, we can probably find another 5 or 10 feet by taking it out of the rear on the front. We object to that, and we have to figure out a way that makes the center financeable and marketable, when basically what the city's saying is, in the God forbid event in 20 or 30 or 40 years, the city's really going to be determined who leases that space.
Okay. My next question is, what is the extent of Whole Foods' commitment to the project? Do you have a signed contract from them?
We have an executed lease.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Second question related to that, what about other tenants? You know, one of the things that is of concern to me is, we know, other than just general descriptions, we don't have any idea who the other tenants that you're proposing might be. Have you any signed leases with any of those?
Well, you know, I'm going to answer your question, but I want to answer it twofold. It's chicken and the egg problem. And it is very hard to execute leases when you don't have delivery dates. You know, most of the national tenants they report to 10Qs. The larger tenants are here. And so because of the process here that is a lengthy one, and we respect it, but the fact of the matter is, to actually execute leases, every lease that we would execute have a delivery date. We can't promise a delivery date because we don't know if we have approval. It may never be approved. So a lot of tenants aren't there. But I can tell you, one, we've put a restriction that there will not be a fast food restaurant with a drive-through. And that's part of the use restrictions. We have talked to many tenants. We are talking to a bank, which is obviously a non-sales generating. We are talking to more than one coffee shop. But to say that there's an executed lease, and to say that I filled this up without having Whole Foods and without having the ability to guarantee a groundbreaking, we don't have that.
Okay. In the report, the most recent submission, you had indicated 20% of the folks shopping at Whole Foods would be coming from outside the city. And Whole Foods data shows 23%.
Right.
And my own independent research shows that 20 to 25% would come from the existing Lake Forest stores. So it seems to me that there should be a offset to your sales tax revenue projections to take that into account. Why didn't you, is my question.
Well, there's two things. One, because we think, I don't have it in front of me, we think we were on the low end, and we think we're conservative in what we're projecting. And I will stand by those numbers because that's what we believe that they are. And look, 80% of the, so let's say it's even 20%, right? Whole Foods is a certain buyer, and I mean a certain consumer goes to Whole Foods. A certain consumer goes to Sunset. The truth is, there are two Dominics that aren't there, and now we've got Heinen's as competition. We like our chances with Whole Foods. We do not believe, because of its location, that there's going to be an impact. To say there's not is just not true. But we believe our numbers were really on the low end. We looked at it, we talked to them, and I'm not going to disclose what their projections are, but we talked to Whole Foods, which, remember, that's 45,000 out of the 69,000 square feet.
But why wouldn't you make that offset when you've got,
Well, then,
I mean, I'm not going to debate it any
I'm
further.
not going to, it doesn't make debate, because I don't believe I believe that our numbers are going to be achieved with the offset that you think that there's there. And so that's just what we
Okay.
believe and what our presentation was.
Cut-through traffic.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that you think the gate is going to eliminate the cut-through program. Explain to me how the 1,000 people who lived in Lake Forest to the south of here, I see no evidence that there isn't going to be a lot of traffic going up through there using Conway Farms Drive. I think, true, there won't be cut-through on Amberley, but won't there be the cut-through traffic from the 1,000 residences to the south?
I'm going to turn this over, if you don't mind. Tim, would you mind
I
answering
mean,
that
do you have any, let me ask it this way. Do you have any origin and destination studies on traffic baseline? And did your traffic studies do any projections as to what kind of traffic is going to be going up from south down at Everett and Conway Farms Drive up through there to turn left at the Conway Farms 60 light to go over?
Thank you. Tim Sjogren with TADI. That's a question that we heard asked and was a concern of both the commission and the public at the very first meeting.
Okay.
So what we did is, at various times throughout the day, we actually had people out here driving both routes, particularly during the rush hour in the evening, just to see whether or not there was an advantage. There's a significant disadvantage to cut through Conway Farm if you are coming from the east. We believe that the majority of the traffic that will use Conway Farm are people that live in that community. That for them, it doesn't make any sense to go anywhere else. And they should be using that. That's the road for their community. But for the rest of the community to use that as a cut-through route, it doesn't save them time and it doesn't save them distance. And we did literally dozens
What if they're not
of runs.
concerned about time?
If they're not concerned about time or distance, I don't know why they would choose that route. It's very circuitous, and it's also a neighborhood route through a subdivision where they can stay on arterial streets and get to where they want to go. But even with the stoplights and things like that, it's still much, much faster to not cut through.
Okay. My last question of Bill. Most optimistic assumptions. When would all the stores and thing on this that you've proposed for this site be up and running?
Well, assuming that we had a approval by the city council on July 1st, thank you, and hopefully that happens, by July 1st, we would begin plans and specs on July 2nd. We'd probably be into the city sometime in the fall. We'd probably be in the ground, I'd say in the fall or August of 2015, because we're already 2014. So, I mean, our best case, most optimistic, we're in the ground in April and they're open for Christmas of 2015. That's absolute best case. Whole Foods is open.
Okay.
The rest
What
of
about
that
the rest of
center, I think you'd have an absorption by, I'd say 90% lease up of the balance of the space by the middle of 2016.
So the first full year of the revenues you project would be for 2017?
I'd say 2016 or 2017,
All
that's
right,
correct.
thank you. Go ahead, Augie.
Yes. Bill, a question for you. You know, I've been out and I saw the 50-foot setback stake. and it's really close to the road, in my opinion. The 9-foot berm that's there will be gone. It'll be leveled, and the new berm, according to the documents you provided, are at finished floor elevation of the new Whole Foods store or 1 foot above at the extreme west end. It's higher than the road, but it's at
5
finished.
feet above the curb line.
Yeah,
Yes.
but it's also at finished floor, because I'm figuring what you're doing is you're going to take that dirt and you're going to raise the site. At least that's what the
Well, we're
engineering
gonna-
plans
well,
call
yeah,
for
but
now.
Yes, because the way the topography works is that the
Right.
site gets higher and higher. It
Right.
starts at the road and gets higher and higher, there's no question.
So my question would be this, the staff has recommended a 100-foot setback
Mm-hmm.
and a 75-foot setback on parking. If that were to take place, we'd be squeezing the circulation and eliminating some parking.
Yes,
Currently, parking meets code at 5 per
Right.
1,000 square feet.
That's
You're
correct.
right there, 348
we're
spaces.
right at the marker, yes.
Right. So, being that we don't know who 2 or 3 of the building tenants are going to be and what their use is, except that they're going to be retail, because that's part of the condition, what would be the problem with a reconfiguration of the north end of the site, give it the 100 feet, squeeze the parking, which would then require a variance, or land banking the parking that could go in that 100 feet if needed when those 3 tenants occupy their prospective buildings. The berm could be higher because you've got more to work with. I think it would be a great compromise to take a strong look. Right now, the site seems to be north-heavy. 3 of the 5 stores are at the north half. So if that's the issue, another 50 feet would do a lot of good things, I think. And like I say, being that you don't know who the tenant is, do we really know what the parking requirements are going to be, especially if we land bank it and have it available for future use?
Well, there's many answers to that question. A center has to operationally work. Whole Foods, I don't know what they're investing, but I'm guessing on the low end, it's $5 million or $10 million. It sounds great in practice, what you're asking for, but squeezing the parking makes their ability to generate sales very difficult. One of the first things we heard at the first Plan Commission is Mariano's in Libertyville. They got so many cars there, there's not enough parking. Well, their parking ratio is a little bit less than us, and 5 to 1 is a big number. I'm not going to sit here and tell you exactly who the tenants are, but we've done this a lot. I can tell you what kind of tenants they are. 5 to 1 is critical. It's been set by the shopping center industry. It's been set by most landlords. It's been set by virtually every community in the United States. And the reason they have that is that it takes into account the fact that you have a food store. It takes into account you're going to have, like we want a sit-down restaurant. It takes into account that. It takes into account the types of uses you have within a retail development. And by squeezing the parking down and going to 100 feet, it sounds like a great compromise. Our outlot buildings are gone, never to be built. We've looked at it. Never to be built.
Well, if I can interrupt you, the 45,000 square feet that Whole Foods has times 5 is what, 225 spaces of the
45
348?
times 5 is 240 spaces.
Okay,
Right.
of the 348?
That's correct.
So you don't think there's any room in moving that setback back and land
I think
banking?
there's 5 or 10 feet. Beyond that, I don't think there's a project.
I think that that's a real good solution that could be looked at, especially if the parking's land banked and is available in the future.
Are you telling me that in the future you're going to guarantee me a 50 or 60-foot setback so I can build those buildings?
Not for the buildings. The buildings would stay 100, but the parking right now is less than 100.
If you squeeze another 50 feet, your buildings would be in the parking lot. We've looked at it, Chairman. It just doesn't work. I appreciate it, and I understand your concern. The project's not financeable if we lose those buildings. I've doubled it to 50 feet. I've created berming to create the same style. At the end of the day, unfortunately, and we can probably move it back, as I said, another 5 to 10 feet, because we can take it out of the rear. But it just won't work. We've looked at it 100 different ways. Wouldn't it be easy if I just said yes? Be easy for me.
It would improve a lot of situations. It would increase your green space about 12 to 15%.
I understand.
It would cut down on the impervious, the runoff. I just look at it as a great compromise, and I'm not trying to force feed a design idea to your design team, but that's kind of where I'm at with it. I think there's room there,
I understand, and I appreciate that. I do. Thank you very much.
I have a question for Whole Foods, if I may. Relative to the parking, how many spaces will your employees take up of the 540 spaces?
That all really depends on the volume of the store. At first, perhaps a few of the spaces, but we have many, many stores in our region where our team members cannot park on the site whatsoever based on the store volume. So hard to say right now. Typically, at least for opening, we don't let our team members park on the lot because we need the parking for our customers through that J-curve period when the store opens. And then as sales settle down a little bit, in the short term, we reassess.
On this site, where will they park?
I'll show you. They're parking right here. Right in that area in there.
Okay.
Well, if we don't have a place for them in the lot, we'll get them in there somehow. We'll bus them in, we'll do something.
No, because, I mean, the reason I asked the question is a follow-up to the
Right.
the question that Commissioner Ziccarelli asked him, okay? Okay.
We will satisfy all city ordinances in terms of street parking or whatever.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions of petitioner or staff? All right, let's begin the public testimony section of our agenda. And I would ask people who come up to please identify yourselves with your name and your address. And I would ask that if your comments have already been stated by another speaker, or if you've already made your comments to us in writing, rest assured that we've read them and we understand them, so you may want to shorten up your presentation. Also, I request that you please be respectful of other speakers and all points of view, and please refrain from clapping or criticizing other speakers. Thank you. Who would like to be first? Sir.
My name is Richard Ernest. I live at 1800 Amberley Court. I'm a former alderman and of the city of Lake Forest, and I'm also on the board of the Condominium Association. I'd like to specifically address Mr. Cushman's questions about the gate. We have testified before that we've actually polled our residents, and with regard to the question of the gate, 90% of our residents are in favor of the gate, not a cul-de-sac. The reason is, and it's very hard for you guys to understand, but that's private street. We maintain it, we pay for it, and we have just spent a lot of money on it by resurfacing it, of our own money. All the other streets you're talking about are public ways that the city collectively takes care of. So I wish to make that point to you, that it's rather significant to us that we maintain the egress and exit that we have and that we paid for personally. So it's a little different situation than most places. The other thing you will hear from other groups, I will tell you that our board decided to poll our residents. And in polling our residents, we're not representing the opinions of the board, we're representing the opinions of the poll. The poll came out as a very slight majority in favor of the development. Clearly, we have a building. On one end of the building, people are more opposed. On the other end of the building, they're more in favor. But on the question of the gate, I want to be very specific. The gate was overwhelmingly preferred. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners. Eileen Weber. I am a homeowner at Amberley Court, 1800. I also sit on the board there. I also have another residence at 1053 Old Barn. So I do live south of Everett Road. I have written to you in writing, but I also just want to make a couple new comments. These are personal comments. One is, as a business owner in the community, it's really important for your business to be seen. That's how you generate most of your business. So looking at it from a business owner side, I think Whole Foods has made quite a concession with the berming and the landscaping to hide, and signage to hide the business as it is, versus some of their regular stores that they have. So I think we need to look at it from a couple different perspectives, and one of that is a business owner. One of it is as a homeowner of Amberley. The plantings are really important. We've met with Shiner Group. They've walked the property with us. We have spoken to them about the plantings that we want to block the sight lines on the building. And as Ernie mentioned, yes, some of the homeowners at Amberley have greater sight lines than others at that building. But no matter what, there was always going to be something built there. So whether it's a Whole Foods, whether it's an office building, something's going. It's not going to stay as trees forever. People don't shop at one store anymore. They comment it's a one-stop shop, and I think that's great, but there's also specific customers that shop at Whole Foods, specific customers that shop at Sunset. They offer different product lines, they offer different levels of service, and I really personally, as someone who shops everywhere, I think people will continue to shop for this at one store and this at another. And my last comment, again, is put yourselves in the shoes of some of the other people. How many women under 35 are in this room? Raise your hands. Okay. I'm the only one. My constituents will be shopping at Whole Foods. And there are a lot of people in Lake Forest under 40 that have a different lifestyle that are here year-round and not heading off to Florida or Arizona. So with that in mind, I think we need to consider a whole nother group that may not be speaking tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Way in the back, please.
Good evening. Pauline Moore, 927 Barclay Circle. We really saw a beautiful presentation, followed by quite a long commercial for Whole Foods. But my issue is not Whole Foods or no Whole Foods. My concern is with the comprehensive plan and Lake Forest zoning code. I happened to be around in 2001 when the comprehensive plan was revisited, and I remember the amount of time and the hard work that the staff and the commission members put into redoing that plan and what they called for. And one of the issues, of course, was Route 60 from the toll road to Waukegan Road was to be a gateway into Lake Forest. It was to be commensurate with the other beautiful gateways into Lake Forest. So no matter how wonderful this plan is, the deviations from the comprehensive plan that have been asked for, I really fear set a precedent, and I think really have to be very carefully thought about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Hello, I'm Linda Liang. I live in Stonebridge, 75 South Asbury Court. I've been at every meeting, and I've been pretty much opposed quite vehemently up till now. I did never say that I'm a big fan of Whole Foods. I do like Whole Foods. I do believe in your concept and what you do, and I appreciate your community service. I also greatly appreciate what the commissioners have done in this document, because I think it shows a lot of careful thought of all sides and all benefits and features of this proposal. I do agree with you, I'm going to say your name wrong, Mr. Zuccarelli, that I think the setback is very, very important, and I liked all the ideas that you proposed to Whole Foods. I agree with Mrs. Moore that the setback is very, very important to the historic feel and architecture and gateway to Lake Forest. It is Lake Forest, right? So a couple of points I wanted to make in addition to that. They said something about retaining walls to cover the parking lot. Maybe I read that incorrectly, but I haven't seen a picture of those anywhere, so I'm a little bit concerned about that.
In your report, Commissioners, you do recommend that the developer consider options for connecting directly to the storm sewer without directing water into Stonebridge ponds. We have seen evidence of flooding. They can disagree. That's perfectly fine. We are very concerned on that side about flooding. And I don't think this is a costly request. You've asked them to consider it, and I don't know if it's been considered fully. We would ask you as residents to please do so. Third, I thought they were going to bring an example of the building material for the outside of the structure. I think they did show it to the commissioners, I'm not sure, but I think that would be something that would be beneficial to the audience.
Ma'am, the Plan Commission won't consider, that's the Building Review Board.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you
Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Go ahead, sir. You're next. I just want to get people in line to move it along. Thank you.
My name is John Donovan. I'm the president of Stonebridge at Conway Farms, representing 84 homeowners. The last time we spoke before your group, we were asked to submit a specific list of complaints having to do with the drainage system. And we did do that, hopefully in good detail. So I guess the first question is, I hope you all read it. And secondly, do you have any questions about that, our explanations? No?
The question I would have you read the staff report? And there's a letter from the engineer in there. Did you see that letter?
We did, and there's actually some significant question about that.
I mean, do you agree with the letter or not?
I don't agree.
Okay.
On the Mr. Shiner's engineering report dated March 28th of 14, it talks about an 18-inch pipe does not have enough capacity to drain Amberley Woods. And be clear, I guess, for everybody in the audience, that the entire Amberley Woods would drain through the Conway, through the Stonebridge ponds. Later, in another situation, they talk, the pipe that we use to get into the city sewer system is 18 inches. So if you're going to take our water plus their water, and if it won't work in an 18-inch pipe, how come then an 18-inch pipe works otherwise? In other words, if you're, they claim an 18-inch pipe won't drain Amberley, but it will drain Conway and Amberley. So I disagree with that issue. We don't, I'm going to just bring up a couple of points that are not addressed in that letter, because I assume that you read the letter. Only 47 of the 351 parking spaces in this parking lot are on permeable pavers. That's 87% of the parking spaces that are not on permeable pavers. Hydrocarbons, oil and grease are one of the things that we're concerned about coming off from cars that would flush directly into the sewer system and into the stone bed. They float.
Can you lift the microphone up, please?
Hydrocarbons float, so that all that would rush into the sewer system and into ultimately the Stonebridge ponds. We've done considerable work, as you might see from that letter, looking at all these figures and all that kind of stuff. It is clear that Stonebridge ponds were designed and engineered for Stonebridge. Amberley wasn't even on the, in anybody's glint of the eye at the time. So it's just not correct to say that the ponds are capable of taking care of both, or that some engineer that we had hired or our developer had hired back before Amberley came along talked about the fact that they could handle both ponds. Simply not true. In our extensive investigation of this whole thing, it's always occurred to us curious why there is an 18-inch sewer that runs from Amberley's ponds into Stonebridge's ponds. Where did that authority come from? And we looked extensively on drawings and documents and couldn't find it. Believe it or not, a week ago, after we submitted that document to you guys, that letter, we found the source of that authority, and we have very grave doubts that the authority is enforceable. We believe that the authority is not properly granted. We're currently evaluating it legally, but we believe very strongly that we can prevent the Amberley ponds from dumping into Conway. So that's going to force the engineering to go back and do what we suggested in the first place, to get rid of their own water somehow on Route 60.
Okay.
Okay. So we can speak to that later, the validity of it, but we feel very, very strongly that that is not a valid easement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Donovan. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. John Isherwood, 1804 North Napier Boulevard. I'm here actually as a representative of K. Avnanian, owner of 22 of the 24 Amberley Court lots. I'm here tonight to support the Conway Market development. I'd like to just start by commending the developer for opening lines of communication to K. Avnanian early on in the planning process and keeping us up to date every minute. I've also been impressed with the developer's willingness to work with both us and other residents to change the plans to address comments. There's really two areas of impact that I'd like to address tonight. The first is home values and interest in the courtyard homes. It's our view that a Whole Foods and the amenities that will go along with it will be a positive benefit on our home values and interest in the community. We've reviewed numerous market studies that have indicated an upscale grocer within walking distance has a significant positive value on residential homes. If you look at the lots at Amberley Court, they're smaller lots as compared to a typical Lake Forest lot. Our buyer profile doesn't want the large lot. They'd prefer to have a smaller lot, less maintenance, less upkeep, and have the amenity like a Whole Foods, a Starbucks, a dry cleaner, a bank within walking distance. And therefore, we think that is a strong benefit as we'd move forward. The second area of impact is really the whole Amberley Court, both sightlines and traffic. First, sightlines. As you can see, the developer has accommodated K. Avnanian's request to install a large landscape berm at the south side of the property. We think this is a benefit. It helps screen this use from the Whole Foods use, a screen that was not present when the office development was contemplated. So sightline wise, I think we're covered. Traffic was the other one with Amberley Court. I think they've sufficiently addressed concerns with the gate. The gate allows our future residents and current residents of Amberley Woods to maintain the important access to Saunders Road. It's an easy on-off to 94. We think that's an important selling point of the community rather than going through an extra light. Additionally, it allows them to access Whole Foods, going to there and back there without going back out onto town line. There's been some discussion relative to a cul-de-sac. We are opposed to a cul-de-sac for two reasons. One, it eliminates that connection point, which we think is a benefit. And two, there's really not the land to build it. As prior commenter had mentioned, this is private property. There's an existing right-of-way. That the existing street width would not accommodate a proper cul-de-sac to have, the proper turn radiuses per city standards. We'd have to take room out of the outlot, take room out of the tree preservation outlot, and because of that, we're substantially opposed to that cul-de-sac termination. Finally, I just think it's important when we're looking at this development to consider it in contrast to the office building development. For K. Avnanian, certainty is actually the most critical point for this site. Whole Foods is a financially feasible game plan for a development today. The office building, it may not be developed for 5, 10, 20 years. Currently, that market is very soft. And so we'd like to see a development move forward, because the last thing that we want to tell our future home buyers is, what's going on that site? I don't know. Being able to tell them it's a Whole Foods and similar uses, banks, coffee, etc., we think is a home run. So with that, K. Avnanian urges the Planning Commission to support the development proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Isherwood. Other people to test? Oh, yes. Thank you, sir.
I snuck in.
Good.
Bud Capola. I live at 1800 Amberley, and I've spent about 40 years of my life in financial services. Presently, about 6 or 7 years now working with private equity. I'm not going to make any friends here, I don't think, with the Whole Foods guys. What I want to do, because it's an anchor tenant, is maybe quote a few things that were in Barron's recently. The current issue of Barron's, May 12th, Whole Foods, more trouble ahead. And in the Wall Street Journal on May 8th, bidding into prices as at Whole Foods. What we have here is a situation on May 7th where the stock dropped 20% in one day to about $38.90. The 52-week high in the equity is $65. It's off 27 points, and their capitalization dropped in one day $3 billion. They reported flat earnings for the quarter. They reduced sales and earnings outlook for the third time in 6 months. Wholesale Foods lowered its target same-store sales, this is percentage increase, to 5.3% versus in 2013, 6.8%. In 2012, they projected an increase of 8.4%. Management blamed the disappointing results on dynamically changing competitive environment. Now, that's a very good, sweet way of saying that we're forced to lower prices. Competition that's coming in, Safeway, Fresh Market, Walmart, Target, and Kroger. You know, if you're going to have $65 million in sales, the thing that kind of puzzles me a little bit are where are the assumptions as to where this is going to come from. And that should affect the people that are looking at the tax base on this too, because most of your taxes are going to come from that that $45 to $46 million in sales. What's going to go away is a landmark house. That'll be destroyed, along with in the area around 250 to 300 trees that are close to 200 years old, and they'll never be replaced. And me and my wife at Amberley at 402 is our apartment number. We're on the point. We look right at it. And I hope to God that I'm not going to be looking at a white elephant, you know, in the future if something goes wrong with Whole Foods. Sorry, guys. You probably have heard the buzz on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Keith Krebs, and I live at 1815 Amberley Court. And I don't see my neighbor here, so other than my wife, I think I'm the only one that represents a Lake Forest resident in the courtyard homes, or the single-family homes. So I heard a couple statements this evening that I take exception to. One is Mr. Shiner said something to the effect of the neighbors to the south are fully supportive of the gate solution, and then later on said that absolutely no one wanted to cut off traffic altogether between Amberley Court and this development. And then the representative from K-Hove is doing a lot of speculating. But other than city staff, the developer, nor Whole Foods, nor K-Hove has asked any opinions. And we're right there. We're not hiding from anybody. There's only 2 houses right there. It would be easy for somebody to come ask an opinion if anybody really wanted to know what a current resident thinks, who is probably, I would feel, more equipped to speak for future residents than a developer that's going to be in and out of there. It's going to build 22 homes and then not have to live there and not reside there. So my point is, I would, other than my condo neighbors who are off they're to the north of Amberley Court quite a ways. It's quite a drive back in there. We would actually strongly prefer a cul-de-sac. And I think that having 200 or 300 of these transmitters out there, who's going to maintain these things when mine doesn't work? What's going to happen when the gates get stuck open? Yes, my first call will be to whoever the private group is. My second call is going to be to the city or to the police station, one of the two, and say that gate's stuck open, or I can't get there and I can't get, you know, the private party to get me a new transmitter. What happens when some of these people want to give their transmitters to a friend because they want to cut through, and then, you know, it got lost and they get a replacement? How many hundred of these things really are going to be out there? There could be a lot of them, and I just think the maintenance and all that associated with them is going to be horrible, versus it's really not that much further to go to Conway Farms Road to get out of there going east or west on Route 60. So I think there's a lot of speculating and a lot of guessing going on, and I wish somebody would just come ask an opinion. The second statement that I heard is this is a great detention plan, and I think it is. But then there was a statement said that there's no problems with it, and there are. Right now with this rainfall, I can guarantee when I go home I'm going to have a pond in my backyard. And it happens, and there's been statements that something's going to be done about it, yet nothing has been done about it. So my point is, the best laid plans, things happen to them. This is a drainage challenged area, so even with a great plan, there's going to be extra work on part of city staff, city engineers, et cetera, to make sure the plan is working right and get private owners to make sure that the plan is working right. Because when there's a problem, there's a lot of water going into that area. I can tell you that from living there for almost 2 years. On August 2nd, it'll be 2 years. And the third comment is really perhaps the white elephant in the room. And I've heard nobody address it or ask the question other than the chairman at the very end of the first meeting, who suggested that property owners and the petitioner and city staff get together. I think many of the setback and other issues could be addressed if that happened. Really what we have, I think, are property owners who are demanding a very high price right now, seeing how much the city will back off on these issues to see how high of a price they can get for those properties. If the city takes the appropriate stand and there's really an interest of all parties to make a development work, that it could work with a little bit lower price for that land. And that land was probably bought up in a distressed situation, and they could probably still make a pretty good profit if the price on that land came down a little bit to make 100-foot setbacks and some of these other things work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Jim Sieber. I live on 370 South Brookshire. Brookshire is a cul-de-sac approximately right across the street from the Conway Golf Course on Conway Road. Basically, I'll summarize, make my points very succinct. I am opposed to a retail project like this, basically because when you're at the corner of Route 60 and Saunders Road and you look around, that whole area is office development. There's no retail that I can see when I look at that area. And therefore, in my opinion, by being an office complex, it's quieter. It has predictable hours. It's quiet on weekends when some of us enjoy walking our dogs through that area. There's no activity on Saturday. There's no activity on Sunday. We can walk our dog early in the morning. There's no traffic to those buildings until about 7:30. Likewise in the evening. I can imagine a retail store is open every day of the week from 7 to 10. There's trucks coming in there every day delivering. It's going to change the nature of that whole intersection. That is the gateway from the west to Lake Forest, and it's very important that it be preserved and consistent with the way it is currently. And likewise, the setbacks pertain as well. You look around, you see the office buildings are set back properly. So that's my number one concern. Now, my number two concern is I don't subscribe to the theory that Conway Road will not be a cutoff. I'll tell you the reason why. People coming from south of Everett are not going to go down and risk crossing the railroad track to make a left-hand turn. There's regularly passenger trains coming through there, freight trains coming through there. I can't believe how that can ever be shorter than cutting through Conway Farms and having one light at the corner of Conway and 60. Granted, it's a long light to turn left. I know. I would not take the chance of sitting there in busy traffic when the train station's emptying out, doing a left-hand turn from Old Everett onto going north on Waukegan. They won't do that. Likewise, returning home, what motivation would they have of not coming over to Conway Farms and doing a right turn? Why would they go all the way to Waukegan Road, go south on Waukegan Road to Everett? Nobody's going to do that. It's much easier to cut through Conway Farms, and therefore it's going to bring traffic on Conway Farms, and there's not going to be any way to control it, even if there's a cul-de-sac on Amberley Woods Road. So those are my primary reasons. The third is the traffic on 60 already at commuting times of the day is backed up to the east all the way to Waukegan Road, and it's very congested. Why would we want to add more congestion to that by having a large retail store there? Office buildings, I have no problem with that. Again, it fits into the context of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siebert.
I'm Judy Kirby. I live at 1800 North Pond Lane. And could I have the map put back up here for a minute with 60 and then the Conway Farms Road? Because my backyard is... all right. Well, I guess let me put my glasses on. Hang on. My backyard, all right, I don't know where that is. As you come down Conway Farms, there's Amberley Woods Road, and then the next road, you keep going, keep going. That's my see that right there? That's my house, and that's North Pond Lane. And when we bought that house early 2000, we checked with the city because there was, it was all trees. And we said, is that forest is gonna stay there? And we were told yes. Well, then all of a sudden, Amberley Woods, several years later, is in the planning session, and they came and told us that they were cutting down the trees. There's a wetlands. You see that we've got the first pond, the big pond off of 60, then the next big pond, then there's a wetlands there. They cut all the trees down, the wetlands, so we now, when there's no leaves in the trees, we now see straight through to 60. So the city sort of changed their minds on this. Well, my concern is that, a like number of other people have mentioned this evening, is the water retention. And I want to make sure that the infrastructure is going to be sufficient to handle any runoff, because Stonebridge people are worried about it, but I've got those two big ponds behind me with now the wetlands. There's nary a tree there. Maybe there's some evergreens that Amberley put in, but they knocked down the whole forest in the wetlands. So I want to make sure that the infrastructure and the city, is going to guard us, because I don't want to be flooded in my yard. There's 2 houses on North Pond Lane, that's it. So Stonebridge is concerned about it, and I'm concerned about it. So I don't want to have, they already sort of changed their minds, the city did, on the trees that were in the wetlands, and let them be cut down. And then I want to make sure that we're protected. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Jim Farrell. I live at 466 Circle Lane. First of all, I wanted to thank all the speakers and presenters, the public speakers. A lot of good information, very educational for me personally. So I came into the meeting supporting the idea of Whole Foods, and I'd say after listening to kind of all the comments, I support it even more, and for a few reasons. 2 things quickly: 1, health, and 2, local. I can't tell you enough how excited my wife is, and nearly all of her friends are, to have Whole Foods coming into our neighborhood. They're tired of driving to Deerfield or just buying food that they're not comfortable buying. So the health commitment that Whole Foods provides is nearly unparalleled. Second, local. Whole Foods hires local, they purchase local, and they invest local. If we have the ability to choose a partner, a corporate partner, why wouldn't we choose someone like Whole Foods? And then lastly, there's been some comments around the financial, feasibility of Whole Foods. It makes me ask the question myself, would I rather shop at Whole Foods or Dominick's? I can't go to Dominick's because they closed all their stores in Chicago. Jewel has been teetering on the verge of financial instability for a long time. Probably a primary competitor is Mariano's, who's in Vernon Hills or Libertyville. Why not pull in some of that tax revenue to Lake Forest to help out our community? Thanks.
I am Sissy Capola. My husband and I live at 1800 Amberley Court. We are hoping the Plan Commission will vote against this project, and the Commission needs to keep in mind the following. First, the right-in, right-out entrance exit off of and onto Route 60 is a huge negative for the condominium owners, especially those of us, 8 units, that face west. According to the Shiner Group, the service entrance will run along our west lot line. Whether you are for or against this project, the city should require at least a 10-foot berm with mature evergreens on it to run along our west lot line. This will help block the increased noise, lighting, view of the parking lot, and cars and trucks entering and exiting off of Route 60. Also, Sam Ankin repeatedly has said Whole Foods doesn't receive semi-truck deliveries. Now the Shiner Group says Whole Foods Market will typically receive 2 of its own semi-trucks per day. All the more reason for a berm. A 7-foot stockade fence with planting is not the answer. Second, the destruction of the 1929 Tudor Revival mansion on the site is quite alarming, given that it has landmark status, which the Lake Forest Building Review Board suggested obtaining in 2003, so it would be protected from the wrecking ball. Equally important, according to the Susan Benjamin Historical Report, and I quote, "It is our conclusion that the house with its connected coach house, because of their architectural significance and because they have been recognized as a Lake Forest landmark, should be preserved, rehabilitated, and integrated into any development that occurs on the site." End quote. It's interesting that the Shiner Group intentionally left this important conclusion out of the February 12th Plan Commission report. Third, the destruction of over 400 trees. I repeat, 400 trees when originally it was 300 trees is incomprehensible. Planting 300 new growth trees is not the same as old growth trees. By the time the new trees mature, most of us will be dead. Fourth, Amberley Woods Master Association consists of 4 different properties, and the Shiner Group repeatedly states that the Master Association supports their project. This is very misleading, and here are the reasons why. Property number 1 is building number 1, which is a 45-unit condominium building. There was an email back in February sent to all of the owners encouraging the owners to vote for the project. Needless to say, not impartial. Only 22 of the 45 owners responded, which is not a quorum. And in the past, non-votes have always been considered no votes. This time, that was ignored. Regardless of all this, the HOA board made the decision to support the project. In regards to what Ernie just said about the cul-de-sac, that was never an option on the petition. Second, building number 2, a mirror building of number 1, is on paper only, and no date is set for the start of construction. The Shiner Group states the owner and potential developer of the future condo project is very supportive. The key words here are potential developer. What does that mean? Is she planning on selling the property? Third, the courtyard homes currently owned by K. Hovnanian Builders are 24 lots with only 2 of the 24 homes completed by the original developer. And at this time, no permits have been submitted for additional construction. Fourth is the 8.5-acre site that the 1929 Tudor Mansion is on, and it is owned by the Sapiras. That means 3 of the 4 properties are owned by developers. And guess what? Developers tend to vote for new development regardless of ordinances that are in place. In conclusion, At the Building Review Board meeting on March 5th, architect and board member Fred Moyer stated, and I quote, "Your project is wrong. I don't think it could be successful in this location. This building belongs on Ogden Road in Downers Grove," end quote. And my parting words, to paraphrase Joni Mitchell, are, don't wreck paradise and put up a big box store. Thank you.
Further testimony? Oh, here's one.
Hi, I'm Lori Ravel, and I live at 1800 Amberley Court, and I live in Unit 303. Two of my bedrooms face west. I'm really concerned about this project because when I closed on my unit in February of 2011, looking at Zillow today, I've already lost 37% of my property value. I'm really concerned with two bedrooms facing west with trucks coming in starting at 7 in the morning that it's going to be even worse. You know, we also came up with an extra $20,000 to our in addition to our Lake Forest tax bill as a special education or an education assessment. So I just feel like, you know, it's just too much. And I did talk to some people in Deerfield. I understand there's a grocery store that's going into Caldwell Corners, and the people in Deer Run dealt with the developer there, and they've at least agreed to not have any deliveries before 8 in the morning. Because at a 7 days a week, if it starts at 7 in the morning, I mean, I don't know how I'm going to resell. I just don't think it's fair. I've lived in Lake Forest since 1986. My understanding when I moved in was that the mansion was going to be preserved and there was going to be a restaurant in it, and maybe a dry cleaner. Was my understanding. So I would really appreciate that the development be reconsidered, and if not, then at least have the starting of deliveries, you know, at least past the point where a normal person would get up on a weekend. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Terry Janik. I live at 660 Circle Lane. I'm here to say that I am so excited about the prospect of a wonderful premier grocery store such as Whole Foods coming to Lake Forest. Since I've moved here with my husband and 4 children 15 years ago, I have longed not to have to leave Lake Forest to do my grocery shopping. I think it's a shame that there are not more people here in between Miss Weber's age and myself, because I believe that we would be able to attest to the fact that many of us, I think she said 35, and add 20 years that with children don't shop in Lake Forest. We leave the city limits, we take our tax dollars out to go to the other premier stores that are not available in Lake Forest, and to be able to maintain our revenues in here, I think would be a fabulous goal, and to have the opportunity to do our shopping with Whole Foods. I also was thrilled to hear how they work with the community. I've also volunteered many ways in the community. I'm a former caucus member. I'm a former trustee of the day school. I've sat on many boards dealing with our youth and been involved with my children. Kids leave to go to their restaurants outside of Lake Forest, that we don't offer opportunities here. If we could have a restaurant that the kids could go to, the kids go to Whole Foods. The younger people will shop at Whole Foods. And they are the ones that are here year-round. They are the ones that go multiple times, big shopping. I think that if we could keep our dollars here in town, that's what we need. For the character of this city, and to keep the formidable financial rating that we have, I think we should be thinking about ways to keep our revenues here in town and to satisfy our restaurants and to address the needs of all of our residents in town and all of the people that work in the office buildings. Why would we not want to service all those office buildings with opportunities right across the street? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Janik.
My name is Ann Danner, and I live at 485 Hunter Lane. I'm also a 20-year resident of Lake Forest, business owner and developer of the Amberley Woods infrastructure and condominium development. So I apologize if I have to read this, but there's a lot of points I want to get through, and I will get it done within my time frame. So please allow me to reinforce my personal position and the position of my company, Residential Homes of America, with regard to this Conway Market, which is adjacent to Amberley Woods and my next door neighbor. It's important that you understand that RHA has no affiliation or economic association with the Conway Market development, but we feel that we have a vested interest in the success of our second building and for the community as a whole. My company took the risk and performed the development of the Amberley Woods subdivision, including the construction of the streets, the detention, the underground services, creation of the woodlands, wetlands, and the extensive tree preservation, as you saw in the proposal that was given to you by the Shiner Group. All of our letters of credit have been released, and the community has been accepted by the city. That said, we're fully knowledgeable and conversant with the effects on drainage, tree preservation, setbacks, and traffic, as we were the original master developer, general contractor of the subdivision, which the proposed Conway Market is part of. We fully support the Conway Market for the future benefit that it brings to our community, the enormous fiscal contribution to our tax base and schools, the brand and quality of the anchor tenant and the developer, the addition of an electronic gate to stop cut-through traffic on our private road, and the positive impact that this very well-planned amenity will bring to our community. I've read the engineering reports. I've seen the architectural and the landscape plans, and the traffic reports have concluded, in my professional opinion, and I've built over 4,000 homes, that this development has a positive impact on not just our community, but Lake Forest as a whole, all things considered. I've also reviewed the architecture and the sightline study and have concluded that the Conway Market use is far superior than the two 4-story, 50-foot tall, glass and fluorescent lit buildings that could be on the site. Yet this outdated use has little or no economic benefit to our city, has no market viability whatsoever in our current and future real estate environment for a myriad of obvious reasons. That said, the failure to approve the Conway Market would be a great opportunity loss from which this vacant and unproductive site may not recover for many years to come. The loss of tax revenue should not only be considered in terms of the Conway Market, because it just can't be ignored that this will spur on the development of the second condominium building, which will add another $550,000 of estimated tax revenue, bringing that number to over $1 million in revenue to the city. We also know that the Shiner Group has worked tirelessly since 2012 to bring an amenity to our community that's unprecedented in the typical shopping center platform. We've been involved in these meetings. We've met with the city with them. We've met with our master association, and they have also met with our condominium association at our regular scheduled meetings. It's my understanding that members of the city and council have made statement that the developer has not been willing to work with the city, which is simply not the case. The prospect of terminating Amberley Court in a cul-de-sac is unacceptable to our master association and homeowners. It's our master association who owns, maintains, and controls our internal roads, yet it seems to remain a staff recommendation. This is a private road, and our association will not sacrifice or put in jeopardy the use and life safety matters attendant to Amberley Court, and hope that you'll respect our rights. The gateway to our city argument just doesn't add up to me. The fact that the true and obvious gateway is now Costco and Solo Cup to the south, and hotels and major office projects to the north, and that there's never been an amenity to service the office population that my company experienced firsthand with over, we were in Conway Farms Park at Field Drive for over 10 years. We had no place to go and eat except to leak our tax revenue to Vernon Hills. So the addition of the amenities that Conway Market will bring to Amberley Woods will undoubtedly increase the value and the success, in our opinion. I want everybody to go to WalkScore and look at what a walkability what the walkability can do to values. They estimated that it's $4,000 to $34,000. You could look at any Zillow estimate. But as an ending comment, I'd like to say, what is 50 feet? And sometimes you can't look at a plan and figure that out. 50 feet is 3 cars lined up. And with 65 feet from back a curb, you're adding 3 cars to that would bring you to, I think, 75 feet. And if you brought it back to 100, you're talking about 6 cars. So the equivalent of 6 cars would be the reason for a turn down of this amazing community. I hope not, and ask that you vote to approve. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Pat Lundgren, and I know quite a few of you here. I was the listing agent on Amberley Woods. I listed and sold 40 units in 14 months, making Amberley Woods, as according to the Chicago Magazine, the most successful condominium project in all of Chicagoland in 2011. I can say that my point of view on this, oh, by the way, I live at 562 Stockbridge, is from a sales point of view. When we refer to the walkability studies, this is very important for relocation buyers, and it's also very important for local buyers because the local realtors, as well as the relocation realtors, depend heavily upon their buyers' requests for walkability. Walkability rates go from 0 to 100. Amberley Woods and most of Conway has the worst walkability in all of Lake Forest because it's considered not walkable friendly. So many buyers in this today's market want to be able to walk out their door, go get a cup of coffee, go shopping, go to the dry cleaners, whatever. They want that walkability. On the condo market or the attached single-family market, we are at between 3 and 12% in Conway and Amberley Woods. Having this number increased will increase the property values in Amberley Woods and in the upcoming proposed 22 single families. I'm very interested in selling those units. So I would like to see the walkability increased. It will. When we were selling Amberley Woods, and many of you talked to me, I was your first person you spoke to when you walked through the door. When we were talking to prospective buyers, so many times the one issue that they had, because they love the building, was that they felt isolated out there, that they felt like they weren't part of the whole Lake Forest scheme of things. This is the perfect opportunity to make Amberley Woods, the Amberley Woods area, that part of West Conway, into being a part of the whole Lake Forest scheme of things, and to provide us with not only increased sales tax revenues, but you have to remember now, we're sitting on a lot of vacant land out there that has the potential to generate property tax revenue that will help our schools. There's SSAs to be incorporated in this. I support this 100%. I think it's good for our community. It's good for East Lake Forest, it's good for West Lake Forest. And Eileen, I go to Whole Foods all the time, and I haven't been 35 in many decades. So rather than me to continue to go to Deerfield to do my Whole Foods shopping and then go to Mariano's in Liberty Vernon Hills or whatever it is, those are the 2 stores I go to now. If a Whole Foods is there, my sales tax revenue is going straight to Lake Forest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Briand. I live at 610 Lincoln Avenue in Lake Bluff. I just wanted to address a few comments that have been made, try not to repeat anything that anybody's already said. First of all, I come at this from the perspective of being the daughter of someone who has been a commercial real estate consultant since 1964. So by osmosis, I have learned a lot about commercial real estate, and my uncle is a developer. And I can say with some certainty that there's not a vacant piece of property that a developer has not looked at and really liked and want to put something on. And the other thing that strikes me as I've thought about all of the things that have been said by Mr. Shiner and obviously the public and all of the excellent questions and materials you've put together is that I think about this development and I think about it's a square peg in a round hole. There are so many issues with it, but all of the issues are really sort of obfuscating the real crux of this, which it seems to be this is a matter of principle. I happened to speak on the issue of Target in Lake Bluff, and there might have been 2 or 3 people that showed up. The last meeting, this was standing room only. You have a lot of people here. People care about this village, this city, a lot. And what makes it special is this, what's happening right here, right now, the fact that people care enough to show up and stay and express themselves about things like 150-foot setbacks that move people enough to come out and talk about this. To me, that speaks to principle. People care. I've lived outside of this country. I've traveled all over the world and all over this country. And when I come back to Lake Forest and Lake Bluff, it's different. And it's different for a reason. And the reason is because of you and your predecessors and the people who will follow you, who, as someone pointed out, spent a lot of time and energy putting together zoning that is purposeful. And you've pointed that out, and I think there are a lot of people that have spoke with passion on that, so I'm not going to beat that one to death, but I really think that that's what strikes me as this isn't about, I mean, I respect all of the issues that have been brought forward, but I think it's not so much about the nitty-gritty as it is about the overarching idea that we're trying to save something important to us. It's an aesthetic. It's very difficult. You can't put a price on it. It's not really about sales tax revenue. It's something priceless. I think that's what strikes me. And I think that's why we all have chosen Lake Forest. And I'd like to address some other issues. And I'm a Whole Foods customer. I'm wearing Birkenstocks. I mean, please, I'm a Whole Foods customer, right? And I'm the person that has shopped at Whole Foods this morning. I lived in Evanston for 17 years. Evanston has 3 Whole Foods. I believe in what Whole Foods stands for. That's not the issue. Again, set that aside. That's not the issue. The issue is whether or not this should go forward with all of the problems that it has, and is this the right development for this property? It's been said at previous meetings by Mr. Shiner, and it was said tonight by another developer, that the possibility exists that nothing else will ever come here, that we won't ever have the possibility of reaping the tax benefits, that this will stay vacant for X number of years. And I wish I had that crystal ball, because I'd be a lot better off. We don't know that. There might be someone, and I've talked to my dad at length. I'm sorry he can't be here. He's out of town. And he patently disagrees with that statement. We don't know what the future holds. Other developers may come if this doesn't come to fruition. So I understand there's a lot of frustration because we didn't get Costco. I also understand that there were a lot of good reasons why that didn't happen. But I want to make a couple comments as to that. People are not going to stop shopping at Costco and stop at Whole Foods instead. And I think if you ask these gentlemen, they would tell you, honestly, they occupy a very different sector of the market, and grocery is totally different than any other kind of retail. And Costco provides one service to people with families, and Whole Foods provides a total different one. So if we're talking about, you made an excellent point, Mr. Chairman, about the set-offs and the fact that you're not necessarily going to reap the full benefit. And I think that's true. People are still going to cross over 294 and go to Costco. Mariano's is in quiet talks with residents. They've purchased 9 acres close to the intersection of 22 and Waukegan. That may be developed. 2 Heinens are coming in. Sunset still exists. And in grocery retail, there's a economist from Iowa State University who's done a ton of research about how people shop, and it's a zero-sum game. You only need so much of any one thing. So I say this in the sense that I wonder if this is there's so many problems with this. Are you really willing to set aside, as Mr. Shiner's asking you to do, set aside what I think was decisions back in the early 2000s based on principle for sales tax revenue, and perhaps the possibility that maybe someday in the future when those houses are built, that will attract potential buyers and increase walkability. Those don't seem like great reasons to set aside all the hard work you did and your predecessors did years ago and set a precedent that will be difficult to argue against in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Mary Lou Reed. I live at 1715 Broadland Lane in Conway Farms. And I just need to make this comment, although it's probably better for the Building Review Board. The Conway Market is not in Conway Farms. It's in Amberley Woods. Okay? Why should the architecture match Conway Farms? And besides, I think it's kind of insulting that you think that my house looks like a supermarket. It's and the architecture therefore is inconsistent with the surrounding buildings. But while we're on that subject that people brought up was this marvelous tax revenue. I downloaded from the Illinois Tax Rate Finder a nice little sheet of paper that shows where tax revenue goes and what tax is assessed on. And a general merchandise rate consists of 7.5% here in Lake Forest. The state gets 6.25% of it. Home rule gets 0.5%. 0.5, this is on general merchandise, and the Regional Transportation Authority gets 0.75%. Now, we go down to the qualifying food and drugs. Whole Foods, what do they sell? Food. The rate consists of the following: the state rate of 1%, the Regional Transportation Authority 0.75%, and the home rule 0. So everybody that's crowing about the wonderful tax revenue that Whole Foods and this little shopping center that we don't know what's going in, of course, banks contribute 0. I will use the example that Mr. Shiner gave in a previous meeting that he would generate $769,000 in sales tax. Okay, I just read you the chart. What's 0.5% of $769,000? It's $3,854. Now, as the lady said before me, there's a lot of work done in preserving this community, and you wouldn't want to sell your soul for $3,854. Thank you.
My name is Lee Enns, 1800 Amberley Court, 403. Been a resident of Lake Forest since 1972. I'm a retired CFO of 2 publicly traded companies. There's been a couple subjects talked about quite a bit this evening, and let's carry on with it because we have a real problem, don't we, tonight with drainage. A real problem with drainage, as was mentioned by our friend over in Stonebridge. Drainage has been mentioned many times as one of the negatives the building such as a big box store brings. The property around our condo building floods in rainstorms and has caused trees to weaken and die as a result. In our 3 years of living there, we have seen 5 hardwood trees die outside our own window, and others smarting in the muddy soil. For the record, there is also a drainage problem in the underground garage on the west end of the building. Currently, a plastic canopy has been over my car for a year and a half because of a leak in the ceiling of the garage. Outer walls have been patched as well. The end of the garage, the underground garage on the west end, I walked it off today, 45 feet from the property line. 45 feet from the property line. Continuing the landscaping problem, the petitioner's landscape plan calls for replacing 300 mature trees with 146 deciduous trees with 3-inch diameters and the balance with a variety of 5-inch pine trees. That's a 3-inch tree, folks, right there. There seems to be errors in the scales of the drawings. On page C1.0, the scale is 1 inch for each 20 feet, which makes our condo 50 feet from the bank. Other drawings show it to be 160 feet. Are there more errors in the petitioner's material? The proposed bank is 160 feet from the condo building where 8 units on the west end of the building rest. So we now would have ATM machines 24/7 outside our condo building 160 feet away. There was a reference made to the balconies and line of sight. Let me tell you about those condos, if you haven't been in them. 3 of the 5 windows are due west on 8 condos. So the balconies don't mean anything at all. Then there's the financial aspect, which was so well covered by the previous speaker. The estimated tax revenue cited in the letter is highly suspect, as was the case just now, as mentioned. Those customers coming from Vernon Hills and the toll road will add to the already congested corner at Route 60. Should make a very interesting scenario during rush hour when Field Drive is at its busiest. The Amberley Court condo building follows the guidelines that were well established in 2001 for the corridor of 150 feet. The developer followed the 150 feet rule. So you're going to have a building that's set back 150 feet, then zig in near the end of the trail? I don't think so. Do we throw away ordinances and plans that are well thought out by some very fine people for something that should not have gotten to first base at this place? We are willing to compromise our standards, are we willing, for a chain that isn't special anymore? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Betty Neerhoff. I live at 870 South Meadow Lane in the Conway Farms. I'm also a member of the Lake Forest Preservation Foundation. And it's my understanding that the president of the foundation submitted a letter to the Plan Commission which detailed the significance of the historic mansion on the property. It's not a matter of Whole Foods or a large office complex. There are other alternatives. There are other developers who are willing to incorporate the historic mansion into a smaller retail center. They're ready to go if this project does not go as it's been presented. The other thing I would like to encourage the Plan Commission to think about, and the City of Lake Forest, is not to get drawn in by the lure of revenue. Revenue will never be enough. When you have what you think you want, you'll need more. You're always going to be looking for more and more. As we see in the state of our nation today, revenue's never enough. But oftentimes, if you look at cutting expenditures or restructuring things within the town, you'll find you actually do have enough revenue. So there's developers who would bring revenue to the town, the City of Lake Forest, maybe not at the extent of a Whole Foods, but I think it would be sufficient, and we could preserve and incorporate the historic mansion on the property. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Greg Ewert. We live at 225 Saunders Road, which is immediately south of the development proposed. Just a question before I begin my comments, maybe Mr. Lee, the question. So we've asked and actually filed a Freedom of Information Act 2 trying to find out exactly why the two people have recused themselves. There's a rumor floating around about a connection with Whole Foods on one. So
I said at the outset of the meeting, either personal or professional, potential or real conflicts of interest.
So that's all we're allowed to hear.
And so,
Is that all we're allowed to hear?
pardon me?
Is that all we're allowed to know?
I mean, it's been explained. I don't know what more.
Okay.
There's nothing in writing that you're going to get from a Freedom of Information Act.
Okay. There was just concerns that there was a Whole Foods.
I mean, they're
connection.
being upstart, reasonable citizens who are appointed to this body who abide by the code of ethics.
Yeah, I'm just asking the question. So
That's what the answer is.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. At the first meeting, my comment at the first meeting was I was actually rather surprised that we were even here, because as I held up a copy of the comprehensive plan, I think many of the things, most of the items in that comprehensive plan were in contradiction to what the developer presented. The site, the comprehensive plan spoke of low density, spoke of decreased traffic, mitigating future traffic demands, the setbacks, which are obviously very obvious to everyone, but that all the other developers along Route 60 have abided by. Preserving trees and open space. These are all things that were written in the comprehensive plan. Preserving the Miller House, and then limited ancillary retail space as acceptable. So one of my concerns is when we received the packet this morning too, is just that the staff recommendation in here is subject to conditions of approval that are intended to assure overall development is consistent with the community tradition of careful planning and quality development. In particular, right on this document, the conditions are intended to avoid overbuilding, protect and preserve the character of the nearby residential area, and create streetscapes that are generally compatible with the surrounding area. So I think it's pretty clear, at least on that last one, the obvious issue with the setback, it's pretty obvious. Let's go back to number one, overbuilding of the site. Now, I know we haven't heard comments from you folks on this, but I think you're probably well aware, read the minutes of the Building Review Board on their comments with this. Bob Rita, quote, prime piece of property, quote, too many buildings, quote, too much, quote, don't want to look like Vernon Hills. Fred Moyer, as was mentioned earlier, too much on the property, quote, too many buildings, quote, the line that it fits on Ogden Road in Downers Grove. So there's clearly a concern about many, obviously, of the points in the comprehensive plan. Also on the document that you have tonight, on page 5, last paragraph, mentions in general the proposed development is consistent with the comprehensive plan with two key exceptions. I mean, that is just not right. The two key exceptions listed here, the proposed access for Route 60, the right in, right out, and then also, again, the setbacks. There's multiple other things that the proposed development, is supposed to be consistent with. So there is more to it than that. I would strongly disagree with the way that is worded there. The second meeting, somewhat of my concerns were the facts and the truth coming out about some of the issues that were brought up about all this. I think Krebs, the owner of one of the homes, just said, Mr. Shiner said that no one wanted a cul-de-sac. He just got up here and contradicted that. As we looked through all the stuff and, we obtained all the notes, the letters and everything that went out, we're somewhat concerned that some of these letters were triggered by a letter from Ann Danner who just spoke. And you're obviously all aware of the stuff. We've rebutted to that too. The food center with all the amenities of a high-end boutique shopping area, understanding that the setbacks are now doubled. Yes, they were, but 25 to 50 feet. Tax revenue of $900,000. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I never heard that number being that high, $900,000 with tax revenue. I think was actually brought down, and Mr. Lay, you actually kind of challenged that, I believe, at the last meeting also. Line in here about, unfortunately, it is politics that could get in the way of approving this project. I mean, excuse me if I'm wrong, but I'm not so sure it's politics, but I think it's the neighbors just being really worried about what's about to happen to their neighborhood or what could potentially be happening to their neighborhood. Traffic. It's been a huge question mark. I think at the first or second meeting, the group presented information on the traffic there, and they provided you, and I think this is in your document, east of the highway on 60, 23,900. Interestingly, on their paper here that talks about it, which is on the internet, I was given this 2 months ago, and I checked on it again yesterday. Here it says 23,900. Interestingly, now when they're trying to market the area, it's suddenly double that number, or 48,000. So I'm kind of curious what the number is. 23,000, maybe I'm wrong on something here, but it says Illinois Route 60 east of the 94 interchange. And I think that is exactly this number, 24,000 here, 48,000 here. So I just worry about the facts. And these, I only have 5 minutes here, but I just worry about the facts and what people are really aware of. I brought a picture for you. You talk about the tree preservation. My property abuts immediately to the south where the courtyard homes will be. 2006, we got a letter. I have it actually right here from RHA, Residential Homes of America. I'll stop real quick. Their preservation plan. This is a picture of the tree. It's a dead tree. I counted, I walked my property line, 33 trees, 24 of them essentially look like this. A couple of them maybe have a little bit of green at the top, but eventually about to die. So my worry is on what's going to happen with tree preservation. I mean, this is a reality behind my house on what goes on. I'll stop here in just a second. So I don't mean just to complain, but I think we've come up with options. My wife and I have forwarded some stuff that you all have too, and what are the options? I mean, we're worried like everyone else of having basically a big shopping center, big parking lot, and there are options. So one of the options that's been out there, and we've sent this to you previously, is what a previous developer had. And this, actually 2 different views of what he proposed. I mean, I think this is a lot more in keeping with what people would like. This is a lot more in keeping with Lake Forest. And it's just something that would be much nicer. When people talk about walkability, that has to do with an area that you really want to walk through, not a strip mall, not a shopping center. This is a much more walkable area.
Could you please conclude, Greg? Yes. Thank you.
So I would just say, in conclusion, this plan, I think, repeatedly violates the comprehensive plan. It's a vast departure from anything that's ever been done on Lake Forest. The choice is really yours. Unfortunately, it's a big box, big parking lot, hundreds of trees which will be taken down, which has never happened in Lake Forest before. According to the Preservation Society, their comment is these buildings, these outlots were, quote, shed-like structures. And we're just really worried that this plan is really inconsistent with the previous comprehensive plan. And as I've said before, and my final comment is, I think the development as proposed, unfortunately, would just forever change the face and the character of our area of Lake Forest. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there someone behind? Yes, there is. Okay. Welcome.
Regret, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I do have a news flash. I think there's only one more person behind me.
Whatever.
I'm Bob Shaw, long-term resident of Lake Forest, residing at 888 Gloucester Crossing. And I am within walking distance of all these kinds of things we've been talking about tonight, and I love it. I'm also one of these horrible developers that you've heard so much about. I would encourage you to focus on setback, and specifically on setback distance, or perhaps more relevantly, perceived setback distance, the perceived perspective, the perceived viewing lanes. It's really not about distance. Yes, we've got distance in the ordinance, but aesthetics and perception are what are really important. I'd like to just briefly comment on berms. One of you commented on berms before, and I would encourage you, if you haven't, to go look at the berm right behind Sunset Foods. Sunset Foods is immediately adjacent to a upscale residential development. It is on less than 100 feet. It is very high. There is absolutely no visibility unless you climb the berm. You can't begin, if you're walking or driving, you cannot begin to see with the perspective. And I think that's really the more critical issue, even though we've got the 150 feet in the ordinance. There's a reason why the 150, and it really deals with viewing corridors and that whole view, that whole sight line down Route 60. I would encourage, as part of that, to really focus on the intersection of 60 and Sanders Road. That's where the real problem is one is approaching from the west. And you are going to see to the south as well as seeing to the east. I don't know what the answer is on sight lines, but landscape berming is a great approach to deal with a lot of the concerns we've heard about tonight. I'd also urge you to focus on the outlots. We've had a lot of comment on outlots. but I really think the issue of how many, who, how large they are, and exactly where they're located is very relevant. And finally, with all due respect, I would appreciate if you would accept a reminder that no petitioner standing in this room, and I've been here many, many times over the years, but no petitioner has any inherent right to develop any property in this community. It is a privilege granted which must be earned through project design, plan design, documentation, and develop trust over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Good evening. My name is Rami Lopet, and I live at 410 East Woodland Road in Lake Forest, and I want to compliment all my fellow residents here tonight. I think they've been extremely cogent, and I don't want to repeat them. However, I found myself unfamiliar with the comprehensive plan after your last meeting, so I went and researched it. And just for those people who are not familiar with the standards by which you're judging this project, Mr. Shaw said it well, there are land use considerations and standards that have prevailed since 2001 and were developed specifically for this Route 60 corridor. Most people may be familiar with this, and I've highlighted those things. Minimize future traffic and improve traffic. Are we doing that? Enhance Route 60 as the western gateway into Lake Forest. Enhance and preserve significant tree stands, wetlands, and water views. Continue improving the frontage along both sides of the roadway, 150 feet. The landscaped greenway should extend along Route 60. And then, of course, there were specific standards just for this parcel, which included the adaptive reuse of the Miller Estate House, limited ancillary retail space, that any non-residential uses may only be located on the west edge of this property. So the question is, does this proposal meet those obligations? To those who think this is just about Whole Foods, of course it is not. And that's certainly the problem. It's the outbuildings that create the high density here and create the problems that we're here debating. Of course, if Whole Foods was all about sustainability and we appreciate that its products are sustainable, it would want a sustainable property development here. Does the removal of 300 to 400 trees and the replacement by 299 various trees, 9 of which are an admirable 12 feet high, can those provide a sustainable greenway as the comprehensive plan adopted in 2001 calls for? Let me step back on two small issues. I don't know if you can see this, but this is the proposal. And I have a question about the restaurant drive-throughs that are called for in here. In the chart, it says building number 1 will be 7,800 square feet of general retail restaurant with 1 drive-through. And then underneath that, it says no fast food restaurant with drive-through. So which one is it? What is a restaurant? Can we strike the word restaurant out of building number 1 altogether? Is Starbucks a restaurant? What is a restaurant? Does that mean that it's going to be a Walgreens or a CVS with a drive-through? What are these definitions of these stores? Secondly, another point, just in the landscaping plan, this is going to sound small. in the bigger scheme of things. But a note to the landscape designer. 4,000 ground cover euonymus have been specified. You should know that euonymus was rejected by city staff and Mariani Landscapes just last year when we were doing Route 60, the median, because euonymus has a great deal of scale disease, and we need to spray it with pesticides twice a year. Similarly, Japanese tree lilac and ornamental pears have been rejected as Lake Forest street trees because they are considered invasive. So, as you continue to refine your ideas for what you call the native tree restoration areas, please make sure that there are only native trees, shrubs, and perennials underneath those trees. Please no daylilies in native areas. Of course, I'd like Whole Foods, and I would definitely like more tax revenue. I had hoped that the letter to Kathy Cernak that the Shiner Group included in your packet would say its project proposal now conforms to all of our city ordinances. But it didn't say that. Until it does, or only marginally conflicts with those ordinances, I ask that the developer continue to refine his proposal. In fact, it's too early for the conditions that the staff is proposing. I find it unfortunate that the Shiner Group's letter says that the city has extracted all it can. In my opinion, the city has gone way out on a limb to bring you to this point, to bring Shiner to this point with this proposal. The city staff has even avoided getting an opinion from the Historic Preservation Commission about the landmarked mansion. It seems like it no longer exists, but it does, and we have to reckon with that in this proposal and in the comprehensive plan. It's supposed to be adaptively reused. Just two last things. This is a proposal from, I found it in the files, the year 2000. This is along the lines of what the comprehensive plan probably wanted. It has the 150-foot setback. It has a lake up there, a retention pond. It has a very large building. It was an office, but it could be a Whole Foods right on the corner. And it has the mansion, and it has parking, and it has landscape. So, what's the difference? Which one does Lake Forest prefer? Last, there's one more city document that I think is really important. Somebody else talked about the principles, and that document was known to Mike Zapero when he bought this property, and it's in everybody's deed that buys a property in Lake Forest. And it talks about principles and to carefully consider our ordinances before purchasing property in this town. It says, the city's principles have withstood the test of time, and the city is determined to adhere to those principles. I hope the Plan Commission will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Plan Commission. I'm Susan Ewert, and I reside at 225 Saunders Road. I would like to take this opportunity to address the many inconsistencies that this proposal presents to the city's comprehensive plan. It is my understanding that the purpose of the city creating a comprehensive plan is to protect and support the overall good of the community from potentially poor planning and development. With that said, this proposal violates everything designated by the comprehensive plan for this parcel. The 150-foot setback along Route 60 corridor has been imposed on all the developments thus far, as per the comprehensive plan. What will be created by adding this type of development to the already congested traffic pattern? Look closely at the developer's numbers about the generated traffic flow. 23,000 cars approximately per day is the number he has supplied to the city as an estimate. Approximately 48,000 cars per day is what he is advertising to potential tenants. Which number is correct? And how will this impact the traffic flow? The preservation of the high-quality mansion is another critical factor in the future of this parcel. I have not seen any documentation from the developer as to the viability of restoring the existing mansion for use. Again, it is my understanding that the developer must show reasonable inadequacies in the mansion structure to dictate the demolition of this historic home, which has already received landmark status and has been approved for multi-use, including expansion, if needed. Where is the documentation to support a demolition request? Again, it has always been one of the city's missions to protect the grandeur of significant tree stands in our past. Why is this parcel being treated differently? Since when has the city allowed an 8.5-acre clear cut of mature trees in Lake Forest, especially when there is quality new growth? Be aware that removal of all these trees will impact many of the protected trees on parcels to the east and south of this site. Now let's address the architecture of the proposal. It emulates nothing of the surrounding community. When the condominiums were planned, the city supported that their character include that of the existing mansion. The design even mimicked the archways of the mansion along with common exterior materials of brick and limestone. The condominiums were designed to be in keeping with the history of the parcel. Even the new developer of the Courtyard Homes have linked their architecture to the mansion. So why would there be any less on this parcel now? Especially when we all know there's another ready and willing developer that is waiting for the opportunity to make this right architecturally, maintain the mansion, protect more trees, and maintain the quality that we expect and have enjoyed from our other shopping areas thus far. I, as well as many of my neighbors, have invested in our property for the future based on the steadfast comprehensive plan. These plans have guided us for decades, dating back to a minimum of 1955. Never has there been such a proposal considered for our community as this. It makes no sense to sell our values to this developer. Those who remain will be left with repercussions of damaged property values, unsightly views for which they were told by the city comprehensive plan would never be, and high traffic volumes. I cannot believe that this proposal is even being considered as a viable option when there are others on the sidelines waiting to implement an appropriate plan for this site. Let's take a look now at the proposal's answers to water mitigation. Are there any realistic solutions for the water retention? It is your responsibility to give microscopic attention to these details. There already exists a high water table or a wetland issue, as obvious by the tree loss on Amberley Woods property. Tree loss due to poor drainage has been documented by the city arborists and is most noticeable on the northeast corner of Amberley Woods. Add another 8.5 acres of drainage to the parcels that are adjacent, and there will be a significant increase not only to tree loss, but to personal property damage. We all understand the need to build revenue for our future as a community and to maintain the quality which we sought by investing in this city. In rough calculations, this development will bring about 1% of the needed revenue annually to the city. Can you really justify defiance of the comprehensive plan for such a low revenue increase? The City Council has recently instituted a garbage fee, which will generate $500,000 to $600,000 of revenue. As we know, our city has the lowest tax rate on North Shore, and our quadrant in particular. There must be some other alternative to raising revenue than to change what has been carefully planned by our previous City Council members. I'll wrap it up in a second. Let's not undermine the intentions of your predecessors. Tough principled decisions made now can have strong long-term impacts. Really, here's a thought. What precedent will you be setting by allowing an out-of-character design to move forward? Where are the limitations for future requests for similar developments if you do not adhere to the comprehensive plan? There are other open spaces along Route 60. What is to protect them from being developed in this fashion if the boundaries in place are disregarded? What will happen? Will they be able to request a zoning change? What will happen to the properties along Saunders Road? Mariano's in Libertyville has already expanded their parking spaces several times to accommodate its patrons. What happens if this development doesn't have enough parking? There currently is no room for growth with this plan. This could be a nightmare in the wings. Be careful for what you vote for.
Could you wrap it up, please?
Yep, I got one more paragraph, very
No,
small one.
a
Each and
point,
every
a
one of you
point,
can leave
please.
your mark on this community, a positive one. Truly, I find it hard to believe that the developer of a multi-million-dollar condominium would embrace the proposal development as a lovely and attractive neighbor. Really? Who will want to buy an expensive condo overlooking a parking lot of grocery store, fast food, and drive-through bank? Oh, unless the comprehensive plan will again be in jeopardy with regard to changing the use of property or properties perhaps just south and east of the 8.5 acres. Truly, this is food for thought. Who's fooling who?
Please conclude.
Okay. Plan Commission members, is this the mark you want to leave? Is this how you want to be remembered as having impacted the city? There are win-win options here. You need to review them. Thank you.
I'm the last one, I think. You're in luck. My name is Dr. Ross Landsman. I live in Stonebridge. I've written the board a few times at the request of the last meeting, but let me just make some clarifications. The chairman asked if we read the developer's engineering report, and yes, we have. I just want to just make some short comments. First, the developer's engineering response, which a report to the special meeting I had with the staff and them on February 25th, dated March 28th, states that the Route 60 storm sewer system, which turns out to be an 18-inch pipe opposite Amberley Woods, turns into a 24-inch right at Conway Farms Drive, which is maybe real close by, does not have the capacity to handle the Amberley Woods flow that's coming out of their ponds. The statement was in response to a question regarding a possible direct connection between the Amberley Woods storm sewer system and the Route 60 storm sewer system, therefore bypassing the Stonebridge ponds. However, the final engineering report on Amberley Woods to the City of Lake Forest, by the same engineers, mind you, dated in 2005, states that the 18-inch, happens to be an 18-inch pipe between Amberley Woods and Conway Farms Pond. The 18-inch pipe connecting the Amberley North Pond to the large Stonebridge Pond is designed to convey the Amberley Woods flow. This 18-inch connecting pipe appears to be functioning as designed, according to the same new report of March 28th, the developer's report. These two statements seem to be contradicting each other. You can't have it flowing one way, taking all the water, and when we ask them to bypass our ponds and go to the storm sewer on Route 60, it won't work. It seems to work coming into our ponds, but it won't work if we ask them to bypass our ponds. Second, the developer's engineering report of March 28th, the one you asked if we read, also states that the original engineering study for Stonebridge, performed by Henderson and Bodwell, LLC, took into consideration the proposed Amberley Woods development into their design of the Stonebridge detention basin. The most recent city staff report, which we just got, also says that the Stonebridge detention pond was designed to accommodate the overall development of Amberley Woods. We disagree with these conclusions. They are false. I have a copy of the original Stonebridge report from Henderson about, we do not take into account the Amberley Woods flow. I don't know where they got this from, okay? Those are the 2 points I'd like to make. And, well, one more. Lastly, in the process of our investigation activities, evidence has surfaced since our last report to you, which was May 5th, last Monday I wrote it, regarding an easement granted to Amberley Woods LLC for the purpose of connecting their Amberley Woods pond under Conway Farms Drive to our pond, the Stonebridge Pond, is invalid. We have strong evidence that this easement is not valid. So I don't know where they're going to get rid of their water. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify? If not, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We've been here for over 3 hours.
That'd be great.
We need to stretch, get some air, and come back in 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much.
Part of our agenda. The next item for us to consider is staff response to the public testimony. Kathy?
Thank you, Chairman Lay. Just a few comments. The proposed retail use of that corner is appropriate. Even the office use that was originally, or that is currently approved for that site, had ancillary retail uses. Since that time, the number of employees in Conway Park has only grown, along with the other office buildings in that area. So I think that is not the question, but really to look at the plans and really try and create a development that stands the test of time. I think historically that's what Lake Forest has done. And that probably means some compromise on everyone's part. It probably means some compromise to the setbacks on all sides. It probably means some compromise to tree preservation, and it may even mean a compromise that sees that historic home go down. Maybe there are some components inside the house that could be incorporated into the Whole Foods store. But I think there are some fundamental issues that we really do need to work through. Certainly the perimeter areas and how they're treated, to assure that there's an appropriate buffer between the condo building, both the existing condo building and the future condo building, and that service road is really important. And that may involve working with the owner of the condo property and seeing if some of that reforestation can be done on that side of the property line. Looking at the south end, again, from the planning perspective, we still believe a cul-de-sac is the right answer. If a gate is the right solution, then assuring that from a functional perspective, there is the ability to turn around there for large vehicles that will inevitably go down that road. I think finally to really look at the architectural design, the overall detailing, and issues such as parking. For the first time tonight, I heard that employees may need to park off-site. There really is no area there, even if it's just off-site parking during the initial startup or during the holiday season. I think we need to be assured that the site works as proposed without the expectation that there's going to be some off-site parking. I do think this development is doable. From the staff's perspective, a retail use at that location is appropriate. And I think there is a way to get to a plan that doesn't meet all the requirements, but meets the requirement of a development that'll stand the test of time.
Thank you. Next, we have petitioner rebuttal.
I'm not
or
sure.
comment, if you wish.
Rebuttal might take an hour and a half, and I'm going to try to limit this to a few minutes. So
Okay.
I think that's the best thing.
You've got 10.
10? Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you. I thought it was 3, so that worked out great. I think a couple things. One, we have all our staff here. Staff. I don't have staff. All our consultants here who have the facts. And one of the things that I want to know is that what I really appreciate is the passion, pro and con. It's one of the reasons we want to be in Lake Forest. Someone said, that's part of the, Whole Foods said, that's part of the reason we want to be here. And we're greatly appreciative of all the comments, and we've tried to hear many and all of them. But the truth is, a lot of what was said tonight may or may not be factual, but we have our experts here. I'm not going to go through each and every one. Just an example, the sales tax of $3,000 is so far off, and the calculations was reversed. And I appreciate her passion, but it's things like that that we're not going to sit here for the next half hour and detail and talk about what it is. We know that we have an agreement with IDOT, and we know that traffic works. We know that detention works. Every expert's reviewed it and looked at it. Even the discussion about the parking lot garage next door, while sympathetic to that, the truth is our plan specifically worked to take more water off the condominium area. And the issues they're having now are completely unrelated to what we're doing. And in fact, the traffic, long night, the water flows east to west and does not flow the other way. So the water's being taken away from Amberley's condo building, away from that. We're certainly willing, if it's possible without losing trees, of berming the area on the other property. We've offered that in the past. There was concern we take more heritage trees down. We're willing to go on the property to our east and do things like that. We're probably the only project of this size, and this is really important, the only project of this size with this FAR and this density that has refused to ask for any public assistance. The first day I came in to see Kathy, I said, look, we're not going to ask for any incentives. We're going to do this completely with private money. And with all the demands being asked with us, from traffic to, everything's our expense, to the gate, to doubling the landscaping, all the things that we've been asked of, we're going to do it from a private perspective, and we're going to do it without any public assistance. I want to talk about briefly on the parking. I can tell you we've developed 12 food and drug anchored centers. In 6 of them, for the first 2 weeks, we had to go out and rent space from an office building during the grand opening. We have never, after that point, ever had to do that. But I will tell you the first 2 weeks we're probably going to have to go to a neighbor, as we've done before, and usually have tremendous cooperation from the office park, much like Conway Farms had with the BMW and had to go to the office parks. We foresee that. It typically happens in the first 2 weeks, and that is true. It happened in our Whole Foods in Minnetonka, which for the first 2 weeks we had to go to an adjoining office building. We rented space. We paid them for it. We facilitated that, and once the grand opening days were over, frankly, it gets to normal, and 5 to 1 is above the standard. It's the standard throughout the industry, and it works for the shopping center. Obviously, look, the issue is the setback. And I think someone made the point tonight, and I can't remember who it was, about taking the perception and taking the reality. And we want to work with staff, and we think we've done that, to create a berming system where the parking lot won't be seen. We think the topography issue is so important to think about as you look at it, whether it's Costco, whether you look at the Solo Cup, or I think, I forget who the owner is. I knew it about 2.5 hours ago. It's age. And you look at the berming that we did, and yes, there's a building 50 feet, 65 feet back of curb, and as we said tonight, we can move it back 10 feet. And that's the maximum we can do without jeopardizing the ability to do this privately and to raise the money. And so we'll be 75 feet back of curb if we can find another 10 feet, which we think we can from the rear. And when we do that, the berm is going to be big enough that the sight lines to the cars, and with the landscaping, as that gentleman testified before, look at the landscaping, look at the sight lines. We have done everything we can to recreate what is not 150 feet, because we can't do that. But we have created the ability that anyone on the street is not going to know the difference as to whether it's 50 feet, 100 feet, or 150 feet. And your cut sheets that you have in your package clearly show that. Anything else? Beyond that, from an engineering perspective, from a traffic perspective, if you have any questions for Whole Foods, landscape architecture and the canopies and what we've done, we've examined. We have the support of our neighbors because we have looked at with them every sight line. And what is accurate is we do not have the support of everyone in the condo building. As I've testified time and time again, we have the support of a majority. But at the end of the day, we have analyzed and looked at everyone's issues. We spent 2 years doing it, and we think we've done the best that we can within the confines of what we can do. So I can't thank the citizens of Lake Forest who've come out tonight, pro or con, to demonstrate their passion. We greatly appreciate it. We greatly appreciate you guys taking the time to have a special session to hear us, and we're grateful for that. And with that, we have all our consultants available to answer any questions on a technical side, and any questions non-technical I will try to answer. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Next, we go to final questions from commission to petitioner or staff. Anybody?
I have a couple.
Sure, go ahead.
First of all, Mr. Shiner, you talked about in your presentation when asked about any objections that you had of the 15 conditions. I think you referenced 3. One we knew that was the setback. The second was the language on payment of impact fees. I think that was related to the driveway or the intersection or the water retention.
No. There's a condition in there that says we pay our pro rata share of some type of study plus our pro rata share of training.
Right.
We are in agreement conceptually of that. What my concern is that we have an open-ended liability. And so what I'd like to come up with either a formula or a number so we at least know the number. It's very difficult to raise capital and say, well, we've got this liability. Well, how much is it? Well, is it $1 million, $2 million? And what I referenced is that the existing owners, the Sapera family, when they did the intersection, they looked at the percentage of traffic, and and I think they contributed $237,000 towards the intersection improvement. And I think their traffic impact was, when they used the office building as the percentage of traffic was a little higher than ours. So conceptually, I don't really have a problem with that. What I'm concerned with is the language, and before City Council, I'd like to come up with a formula that we can
Quantify it,
to
right.
quantify what that liability is.
Okay. The reason for the question is there's a provision, there's a condition as well regarding drainage, which includes some costing for you, which didn't seem quantifiable to me at this point. Are you satisfied that that's a condition you're happy with? Because we had in our last session and today, again, heard a lot about drainage. I know you've said that there are no issues with drainage, but that is a condition that I think is critical to my understanding of the success of the development and how we're going to go forward here.
We are so confident that what we're doing is meets all standards. Will meet Lake County stormwater management. I'm so confident in Mike Black. It's been reviewed by your engineer, our engineer, Gewalt Hamilton, and it's been approved prior when the office building came in and that development came in. And so I'm not going to walk through the technical details of drainage, but I would if you wanted me to.
No, understood, but you're satisfied with the condition in there?
I am satisfied with that condition. Look, we want to own this long term. We're not walking away from this. From spending $300,000 on the pavers to make sure that the water quality was better than what was previously approved, from spending months with Mike Black and staff to make sure that detention was absolutely done properly. We will stand behind that, and I understand that provision, and we are very comfortable with that.
Okay.
Mike, are you comfortable with that? Mike Black is comfortable, so if he's comfortable, I'm really comfortable.
Thank you. So my next question is around, you referenced the third point, which was city leasing rights and the city's approval over who would go into the space in the future. I think it was relative to the Whole Foods specifically,
Right.
if that ever was vacated.
That is correct.
What specifically is your concern around that language?
Well, there's a few things that I'm concerned about. My belief, since Whole Foods has never closed a store, is that they're going to be here long term. All right, and everyone's going to say, well, look, if you really believe that, why don't you just commit to have Whole Foods as the tenant and no one else? Well, there's a couple issues with that. The world does change, and my response to that is Lake Forest is such a desirable community that if something happens 40 years down the road, because to be honest, it's a 20-year lease with 4 or 5-year options. And the truth, and as many people have stated, that developers come and go. The truth is, we're not really going to sell this, so we're going to be around here a long time. Now, never's a long time, so I'll never say never. But our plans today is to be a long-term holder, as we are with most of our properties. And so the problem I have ultimately is I'm taking a $20 million risk. That's the cost of the construction, a little over for 69,000 square feet. And if something happens to Whole Foods, I owe not only my investors, but I owe a bank. And if something, God forbid, happens, and I'm not going to project 10, 15 years down the road, and Whole Foods, for some reason, the world blows up, then I'd have to come to the city to basically come for approval for any tenant I have, while I've got an obligation every month, probably a couple $100,000 a month in interest and principal. So it's a hard thing for the government really to be involved with leasing our space, is what actually the right that Lake Forest is asking for. And so I have a problem with that.
So any limitation, because the way I read that language, I don't see it as being difficult, but again, it's your project. It talks about a multi-tenant space, it limits that, right? So if it goes from Whole Foods to split it up into smaller spaces, which I don't necessarily think is unreasonable to come back, an occupancy other than Whole Foods or a similar tenant, which is permitted only if approved through modification, so similar type of tenant.
Fresh Time's the new organic tenant, no offense to Whole Foods, and they're 25,000, 30,000 feet. They're a pretty good tenant, and they're an organic food store. So if I came, what if I come back and I said, look, I'm going to have a 30,000-foot food store, and I'm going to have North Shore Medical Center take 20,000 square feet. So you can come back and say, you know what, I don't like that. I don't like the fact you're only going to have a 30,000-foot food store. Do I sit there vacant and pay rent? I pay the mortgage and interest? It's a pretty big risk. Pretty big risk. No other shopping center in the world has that limitation.
Well, I understand your concern. However, one of the main premises that we're looking at this is based on the lease with Whole Foods and their credibility as well.
Well, contractually,
So-
they're not going to have a continuous operation clause. I mean, you know, Fortune 500 companies, I mean, this is a contractual issue. I know Jeff's in our business. He could speak to that better than I can. They have board of directors, they have shareholders, and so you're asking me to commit to something, frankly, that the tenant won't and never has. Anywhere. Whether it's Laguna Niguel or Newport.
If they have a lease, they're committing to that space. But
They're committing to that.
I'll move on to the next question.
Okay.
And my last question is really in line with Commissioner Ziccarelli's earlier questions. Is it possible if a couple of those out parcels don't have drive-throughs that you can move them together and condense that space such that you encroach less upon the 150-foot setback? I know you've said no earlier, but it seems to be plausible without the necessity of a drive-through.
I don't think you'll have, we looked at it, I don't think you've had adequate parking. I don't. I mean, if you move that, you're going to encroach into Whole Foods parking, and that's going to be almost impossible. Look, the extra 50 feet eliminates the outlots. And I know, standing here today, if I eliminated the outlots, we get a Whole Foods approval. Everyone would be happy. I wish I could do it, but you know what? I can't. I can't. It doesn't work for us. Somehow, everyone's got to win at the end of the day. We'd be upside down by getting the approval. I've testified to that. I'll testify again to that. We've cut this thing down to 69,000 feet. This is the least FAR of any project built. It may not be right for Lake Forest. I understand that. I do. But ultimately, we're in a position that losing one of those outlots will put us upside down. And it may not be right for Lake Forest, and I appreciate that. I do. And I understand it. So we have done the best we can. We have reduced the density by a third. We've reduced it by 32,000 feet. We're not coming in for any incentives. And we've done what we can do to do this and to increase. I've just gone and increased it to 60 feet plus 15 to 75 feet tonight. We're creating berms that won't see it. If you're asking me to eliminate the outlots, this is what you're asking me, because once I move another 50 feet, the parking field gets destroyed for Whole Foods.
Oh, yeah, and I'm not asking you to do that, but you have agreed today to increase the berms over what have been proposed in this package?
I have proffered to add an additional 10 feet by taking 10 feet out of the...
That I understand. I'm talking about the berms now specifically. Because you've increased the berms over the last meeting. Are you offering...
We've increased to 4 to 6 feet.
Right.
I'm not going to comment if it's beyond that, because I don't know from an engineering standpoint if we increase 10 feet, we can increase the height of it. And if I increase it 5 feet, it won't matter because you can't see the cars anyway. Again, it's all about when you drive through and when you're sitting there, you're not looking, the height of it is above the car height. And I can't remember which chairman mentioned it, but it is true that the site goes that way. And so when you're here, you're at the low point on the road, whereas the topography of the Opus, I remembered, I'm so fortunate that I actually remembered the user. When you go to the Opus development, it sits below you. And I don't care if it's 500 feet, because it's more than 150. You drive by and you see a sea of parking. And so, from my perspective, and look at the approval. I don't know where that is. Look, again, someone made the point, and I don't really remember. Look, the line of 150 feet is about right here. And so instead of a 26-foot high building here you'd have 150-foot towers, which someone showed, basically right on the intersection. And your eye would go directly to those, from here, versus what you have is 7 or 8% of the site is open space here into berms. And so your visibility here is that, which will not allow you to see this. Someone mentioned the retaining wall. The retaining wall is here so that we can create a higher berm so that we can shield the cars when they're parked here. So that was the That was the intent of that. As to whether we can increase the berm 6 inches, I honestly can't tell you that from an engineering perspective.
Okay.
Because
Thank you.
ultimately, it's got to maintain.
Right. That was it.
I want to come back to your question about layout. If I, as a layman, looking at that site, and assuming, as the staff has recommended, just for sake of discussion here, you come back to 100-foot rather than 150.
So it's about right here.
All right. That would mean taking the layout of building number 3 and the bank and tucking it down along the east side of the current parking.
You'd have to tuck it right back in here.
Why couldn't you take building number 3 and tuck it down into the eastern part of the parking lot, thereby freeing up more parking space up there in the northwest corner?
You know, we've been at this 2 years.
I understand.
We've looked at 75 site plans.
But I mean, if you've looked at it,
And we've even looked at.
please tell me why that won't work.
Now, which building now?
Building 3.
Building 3.
Which one is that? This one?
No, the one up on 60.
All right, so where am I putting this?
Tuck it down
Here?
just northeast.
Right there.
Right there.
Here? Well, one, it takes out Whole Foods parking field in one of their entrances, and they would never approve that. And they shouldn't approve it. That would be one. It would be unleasable, that would be 2, because it would have 0 visibility to the site. So it would be, look, one of the things is being a successful shopping center. I think it would be unleasable. I think Whole Foods would lose much, if not their parking field, which, this has to operationally work.
I understand.
As I said before, they're investing anywhere between $5 and $12 million to come to Lake Forest. And to eliminate maybe 20% of the parking in front of their store, I can't speak for them, but they're not coming.
You've answered my question.
Yeah, and the parking lot. Yeah, I mean, they're not coming.
I understand your answer. Thank you. John or Augie?
I don't really have questions right now.
Augie?
No questions, but when it's time for closing comments.
Yeah. I am.
Simply.
Commissioners, I greatly appreciate your time and all your efforts, and I know
Okay.
all the time this is a hard thing for everyone, and I'm just thankful for the opportunity.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we go to item number 11, commission discussion and comment.
Who wants to go first?
Any comments?
Want me to kick it off?
Sure.
Well, the petitioner mentioned that I spend my life in the shopping center business, so I literally look at hundreds of projects that are proposed in various municipalities around Chicago and the Midwest. And invariably, it comes down to certain elements of the project that either make or break the potential approvability and acceptance by the municipality that they're contemplating entering. And you look at an overall design to begin with, and I think this project meets with our overall design objectives. It is a project of limited scope. It is not trying to put 10 pounds in a 5-pound sack. It is, in my estimation, a great transitional use between the office and the residential. It's complementary to so many of the elements that people have mentioned today as being accretive in terms of value to adjoining residential communities and developments. You move over and you look at the tenant mix, and despite what might be a hopefully momentary setback in the share price of Whole Foods, you would have to say that they're one of the nation's preeminent retailers. They have been for the last several decades. They continue to exceed people's expectations, both on a performance level and community involvement level. I can't imagine a better grocer coming to Lake Forest and planting a flag here in our city. You move on to signage and visibility and sightlines. And the signage, it's frankly amazing to me that Whole Foods is in a position to accept the limited sightlines into this project. Whether it's the berming or the replacement of some of the trees and everything else, it's not 300 or 400 old growth oak trees. It never will be if the site is developed in any form or fashion. So it's terrible to see them go. But it is amazing that we find ourselves in a position to put an economically viable project together on the corner with such limited sight lines. You look at lighting and the effects of the lighting in this project versus the effects of two towers of office structures on the adjoining residential, and I don't see how you can compare the two. I think delivery hours were a great point that was referenced earlier on today, and I'd like to see the project's hours of delivery be addressed at the council level before final approval is granted, but I don't know that we have to get into additional details tonight. You look at traffic, and the traffic is less of an issue under this development proposal than it would be under the previous proposals. It does create some elements that are unique to Conway and some of the adjoining landowners, and some of those issues are potentially problematic, but not something that we can't get behind and address. I agree that the cul-de-sac, to my mind, is a solution in need of a problem. I think the gated entry has been discussed and debated, and a no truck sign would eliminate half of the problems that I think the city is trying to address, for potential dead ends and the inability for larger vehicles to find a way to turn around and exit that private road. So, and we have to, I think there's a certain level of frustration that is absolutely warranted on the part of the adjoining landowners for the drainage issues that exist. But if you accept the premise that the city engineers concur with the findings of the petitioner's engineers, then I'm afraid I'm ill-equipped to suggest that those are imperfect or inappropriate conclusions. And so I'm led to believe, and I have to believe, that this development will do nothing to exact more harm on a presently harmful situation. So for a variety of reasons, all of which I've just cited, and the fact that I would love to see this particular project in Lake Forest as opposed to across the interstate at some future date, I am fully in support of the project.
John?
I think I'm in the same place, but I want to say it this way. I don't agree. There are problems with certain aspects of this, but the problems are not too many. And I think we've heard that from some people, that they believe that there are too many problems with this property. I don't believe that. I am concerned about two or three things that I think we can work through and resolve. One is the combination of the setback, and I think we're calling them the outbuildings. And if we can reach some further discussion and agreement around that. I heard just now that we're talking about, in effect, a total of a 75-foot setback. And if we can, with the city staff, work through some resolution around that with the developer, with the owner, I think that would be what we have. I mean, I think that can be done, but it's not totally resolved yet. And that's a combination, I think it was Bob Shaw that said, that's a combination of not just physical number of feet away from the road, but it's also the perception, the visible look, and sight lines from the road that make a very big difference here. So that, I think, can be worked out and should be worked out as part of this. I am concerned about this drainage issue. In my mind, there's some confusion about whether it's draining from the east to the west We just heard that. That sort of was new to me, I guess. And there's the issue of the drainage for the neighbors to the east, and to me, it's a problem even today. Without the building, there sounds like there's a problem going on here with the current configuration. So I guess this is really a question for, maybe it's a point to make with staff, that we've got to work through something here. I mean, I've heard about this issue that we've got an 18-inch pipe that's going to carry water from the west to the east, and yet drainage is going east to the west. There's something here that doesn't totally fit together for me, but I think that's still workable. I think there's an opportunity here to get that resolved to the satisfaction of the neighbors to the east. And it sounds like this isn't the problem itself that's going to drive that, but would add to it potentially. And just in general, I'm concerned about the impact on the neighbors around there. There clearly has to be a sensitivity in terms of screening or blocking through landscaping and other kinds of things to be sure that we are sensitive about that. I'll be very honest with you, I'm not concerned about a few things. One is the mansion, and for those of us that have walked around that mansion and see the condition of it, and can see the condition of that entire piece of property right now, those of us who live near Barrett College completely understand there comes a point where you have to let something go. We are beyond that point of saving that mansion. I feel pretty strongly about that. I'm fine about the gated entry, not the cul-de-sac issue, not trying to resolve that through a cul-de-sac. I think the gated entry is a decent solution for now. I think the walkability improvement is a very positive thing here for that neighborhood. I want to talk about traffic. I work at 100 Northfield Drive, and I have for 5 years. I exit on that intersection probably 3 to 4 days a week, come into that area 3 to 4 days a week. It is a problem, but that's not going to be, I don't think, contributed at all that much by this one particular shopping center. I think we're fooling ourselves. There's a lot of people that work north and a lot of people that work west of there. Many of them are heading, by the way, west and across the tri-state or up north or down south. And yes, there's traffic, but that traffic is significant and it was already there and being added to. And by the way, we have a lot of empty office space, a lot of unrented office space in those buildings in Conway Park. And if it were ever to go full capacity, we'd have a really significant issue. And it's not this property that would contribute to that directly. Having said that, if you work in that area, you have no place to eat. No place to eat unless you go to Vernon Hills or Libertyville, or maybe north. You could drive all the way into Lake Forest, which is a pretty long drive. And the people that work for me talk about it all the time. There's no place in Conway Park to truly have lunch. And I can guarantee we're going to get a lot of customers that will want to use Whole Foods or the restaurant as part of their lunch and daily activity. That to me is a big plus. It's a community, truly community development opportunity for us that we do not have right now in Lake Forest. We've lost people around it. The other thing I mentioned to you is I actually live in southeast Lake Forest. In 5 years of working at Conway Park, I'm not trying to be overly dramatic about this, I have cut through Conway Road through around Conway Country Club, Conway Farms Country Club once. If you've ever driven that route, you actually end up going much further west and doing the serpentine route across and around Conway Farms before you actually get down to Everett Road. It is completely out of the way. Local roads with stop signs. I think somebody will try to do that once and they won't do it again. It's not a shortcut. It's a long cut, and it's not realistic to think that we're going to have people doing that. Maybe once, but it won't happen more often. I would love to be able to have a shortcut that cuts through. It's not viable. The best way to go is directly east on Route 60 out to Waukegan or out to 41, and you're moving a lot faster. So I think there's a fear about this, but I don't think it's realistic at all for those of us that actually work, to some extent live in that area, and then work across town. So there's many positive aspects of this. I do think we have to work on the combination of sightlines, outbuildings, and setback as a primary focus that I think we can resolve and work with the city staff on.
Jim?
Sure, thank you. I just wanted to thank everybody in the public for all their time and effort into this. I know you've all taken it very seriously, as well as the developer and his team. In our last meeting, there were 4 issues that I had with the project. One was traffic, the other was drainage, the setback issue, and also this gateway issue that we have with the location. And that's part of the reason I directed my questions the way I did, which was to understand your position on some of those in light of the staff's report. I know we've got some language to work on around the traffic issue, but I think a lot has been done since that last meeting around the traffic issue in that intersection. I'm still a little concerned about the Conway cutoff. I'm not familiar, I don't go through that area to work, but from the perspective of putting the gate or the cul-de-sac in that Amberley Woods Road, I think that'll prevent some additional traffic that would otherwise cut through there. The drainage issue, Mr. Shiner agreed that he would address that in the future as part of the conditions, because that it is an issue. It seems to have existed already.
Right.
So it shouldn't be imposed upon one developer to fix a problem that currently exists. It should be on, I think, all of us as part of the city to go ahead and address that issue and to help the area residents. My next issue is the setbacks. I think, and I made this point at the last hearing, and I think the developer came back with the city's help, the staff's help, to guide increased berms and set back those buildings a little bit, because a 5-story or 4-story office building on that corner is much more imposing than a 1-story retail facility with proper berming and landscaping. And that feeds directly into my next point, which is the gateway to Lake Forest. Based on what I've seen here, I think there's been dramatic improvement on that feature and the entry feature to the city. Versus the alternative, which would be a high-rise building, another high-rise building that would be metal or whatever the design would be. So I think it does serve the purpose of creating a much improved gateway to the city of Lake Forest, and could make a positive statement as opposed to this perception of negativity, which I see as another office building. So from that perspective, I would support, with the caveat we clarify the language around the payment of impact fees for the intersection. I think we need to work out some language on subdividing the big space, and then also increasing those setbacks to suggested by the developer to the 75 feet, which is the current existing, and I think that's to the end of curb.
Right.
Yeah, to the end of the curb.
Jim, really, you're talking about a 60-foot setback.
Right.
You refer to 75. I think you mean a 60-foot.
I mean from the edge of curb, which is a 60. The translation is 60, but
Okay.
effectively
Just
it
wanted to
becomes
clarify
75. Thank you.
Augie?
It seems as though for a number of months, there wasn't a lot of movement in what we were seeing. But rightfully so, maybe, because Mr. Shiner and his group of consultants sat through, I believe there was 28 people for public testimony last time. He's heard what we've had to say, and I think it's taken a number of months to get to the point where we're starting to see some movement in reaction to the residents' concerns, the commissioners' concerns, and staff concerns. I had the opportunity, the site is staked with all the corners of the buildings, corners of the parking lot. I had the opportunity to go out and spend about an hour and a half with the staking plan and understand what those stakes actually meant. I stood at the northwest corner of, I believe it's outbuilding number 3 in the upper left corner, and I stood with the 50-foot setback stake. To me, it seems much too close to a 6-lane road. My house, which is a residential house on the block, is 58-foot setback. We're talking about something here that's less than a residential setback. just doesn't seem enough, appropriate. I think the idea of moving around the site plan could have some potential benefits that's just more than an extra 50 feet. I have to rely on the staff for a number of these items, and the staff recommendation is 100 feet. What the added distance would provide is it would provide approximately another half acre of green space. That would move our green space, which is a measure of density of the site, from its current 24% to about 35%. In 2006, that site plan had approximately 45%. So we'd be moving in the right direction. We'd be looking at less pervious pavement. Again, this added setback maybe can be worked into land banked parking, which is green area until it's needed. It's more than just the distance. It would also provide, if that parking were put in and the buildings were pulled back, 360-degree access to emergency vehicles around the building. So I think there'd be a number of benefits into re-looking at that north end of the site plan. I think I've said enough about that. Sunset Foods, which I've heard a number of comparisons to by the petitioner, is a grocery store and about 12 individual stores, mainly back-end loaded. I believe their parking requirements right now, their parking spaces, I counted them, are about 260. We're looking for 348, I believe. Again, the idea that maybe we're overbuilding, especially since 3 of the outbuildings make up 30% of the square footage of the development, and we don't even know who they are. Do those 30% of this development require 5 spaces per 1,000 feet, the same as the grocery store? I just think there's work to be done on the site plan. So, we talked a lot about compromise, and I think we're starting to see results of compromise. But in my opinion, we're not there yet. I think there could be more. If the marketability of not putting those buildings so far north is part of the problem, and tucking them in more towards the back of the site, I get that, but I still think that there's work that could be done to relook at the site. If I had to vote on this right now, I think there's so much out there, I can't support it as it sits right now. I can't support a 50-foot setback, even if it goes to 60 foot. I think that there's improvements that could be made. Having said all that, I think Whole Foods would be great. I think the development would be great. I've said from the beginning, and my position hasn't changed, it's too much. And I think there could be some creative things to lessen the impact of the development, the perceived impact, as Mr. Shaw said. That's where I stand with it now.
Good.
Commissioner, may I just talk a little bit about Augie's comments for a sec, just from my
May I
perspective?
comment first?
Oh, sure, yeah,
All right,
absolutely.
thank you. After the public hearing in February, I was really on the fence with respect to this project. And my concerns really went to 3 or 4 or 5 issues. The setback, the cut-through traffic through Conway, because I used to live at the corner or near the corner of Ranch Road and Bowling Green. And a lot of my neighbors and I cut through Conway Farms just to go up to 60, and there was no Whole Foods there. So my experience is a little bit different, John, than yours. So my concern was that cut-through traffic. The other concern I had is we have no idea who those other tenants are going to be in buildings 1, 2, and 3. And that really bothers me. And so I don't think this is an issue of Whole Foods at all. I think what it is an issue of how we make this thing fit. And I agree with Augie that I think we're about on the 3-yard line, not on our own territory, but on the opponent's territory in order to get this job done. So I think that I'm really worried about the fact of, are we going to go through this evening? And I think we've heard, we're not going to wordsmith the conditions of approval on the any successor tenant to Whole Foods. But I don't want to just punt this off to the city council with a lot of unfinished business and wash our hands and say, hey, it's your baby. Because I think it's our responsibility to wrestle with some of these things to the extent we can here tonight in the next half hour in order to say, okay, we agree with this of the conditions. But one thing that got me off the fence on this project was a memo to us from Richard Goitner, Andover Court, and that I believe is in Conway Farms. He testified here back in February, and it had to do with just the setback and how we go about doing business here in Lake Forward. And he talks, I'm just going to paraphrase from his letter a few comments that he made. He said the 150-foot setback off Route 60 was originally established to quantify the intent of the comprehensive plan of 2001, which envisioned the creation of the high-grade western entry into the community. This has become a reality over the years, and it's achieved its purpose and is a wonderful example of good planning. And he goes on to say, and I'm skipping over, all previous development has complied with the 150-foot setback requirement. How can the city now justify compromising the great success achieved so far by making an exception to what created this success? So, and he says the character of Route 60 corridor is in place for the foreseeable future because of the vision of those that came before us. And I think that's true. And he says comprehensive plans are not instituted only to be shrugged off in later years. Once in place and adhered to, comprehensive plans seldom become outdated. And here's the clincher for me. The Plan Commission is our municipality's watchdog over the character of our community as it grows and moves forward. The citizens of Lake Forest deserve a Plan Commission evaluation guided by the ordinances governing this site rather than subjective judgments often necessary where there is little ordinance clarity. And that, I think, suggests to me that I don't think we can nail this thing down tonight. I really don't. I think that, are we going to, question I would raise is how are we going to get into, what are we going to approve? Just go as far as we can and leave it to the city council? John, you mentioned several issues, and I think they're legitimate issues.
To be worked.
And I would just raise the question of the commission of, shall we continue this until our June 11th meeting to get these last wrinkles ironed out? I pose that as a question, and please proceed, Jeff.
Well, just a couple comments, and it relates to both of your recent comments, and doesn't make it the right determination necessarily. But let me give you the perspective of a person who represents tenants in shopping centers. So what you're proposing makes sense from an aesthetic perspective. We push the buildings in, we have 360-degree access, although the concerns as we sit here today are, what does that do to the overall design aesthetic? We still don't know who the tenants are, that kind of thing. The practical result of pushing those buildings in does a couple things. It basically takes any prospective tenant, and they now look at a position in one of these pad buildings, and they say, okay, now where do I orient my store? Do I have an operational element that is counter to my sensibilities? In other words, do I need two front doors? Do I have one that faces the street and one that faces the interior parking lot? Oftentimes, if you can create access on three sides of the building and park three sides of the building, practically speaking, somebody will look at that parking field and say to themselves, okay, I'm going to ask some people to kind of come around the corner to come find me. But if you put a significant parking field on all four aspects of the building, now what are you asking people to do? If I only have one store opening, one front door, now I'm asking people basically to walk past the garbage compactor to get to my space. And so the net result is I dismiss that parking field as being non-existent. I give the developer and the project basically no credence whatsoever when they say, this is how many parks you have. So, you know, aesthetically, from all of us sitting here, it might make some sense. Practically speaking, it creates another set of problems. If you look at re-tenanting objectives, you know, God forbid these guys go away, and you've created a berm that offers absolutely zero sightlines, your ability potentially to attract the next good tenant into a replacement situation is now limited to some extent. I'd like to think that Lake Forest compels people to do it anyway, but do I really want to attach that level of arrogance to a problem that may exist 10, 15, 20 years from now? So all of our debates and discussions have practical implications beyond an adherence to a 150-foot setback that really, in my mind, my humble opinion, is not relevant. If I look at a 150-foot setback at the Opus development, to the petitioner's point, I see a parking field. Well, what does that do for the aesthetic? In this case, I see the top of the building and nothing else. Even if that building was 25 feet off the street, at which point, if you recall, now there's planters in front of the Whole Foods. So now we've created a landscape aesthetic that frankly, I hesitate to support, because it's now replaced by just an open field of parking, because we've lost those planters and that landscape element because we've already pushed the buildings back. And the repositioning of Lot 3 in front of the front door of the prime driver of this project, I mean, it doesn't work. I mean, it's a great thought, but it just doesn't work on a practical level. So I just offer those observations from.
Jeff, great comments. If I could say, you know, another thing that's a little bit concerning to me, and you guys are in the business, so tell me if I'm off base with this. By the petitioner's own figures, one of the outbuildings will produce about 3% of the sales revenue of the development, and the other one will produce about 4%. So, you know, Mr. Shiner has said, got to have all the outbuildings. I'm a little concerned, and I'm not in your business, but tell me if I should be concerned, if a project is strung that tight financially, is that really a good thing to be entering into? What if one of those buildings gets built and is vacant for 6 months? You know, and we're saying we can't be without 3% of the revenue? You know, am I being overly concerned in an industry that I'm not educated in?
My take on that is there's a transition somewhere along the line between, we're not trying to preserve 3% of the revenue stream of the city. What we're trying to do is have a small element in the project that is conducive to and complementary to all the uses that our citizens would like to see in the project. So if Starbucks goes in, or a coffee shop, they don't produce a great deal of revenue to the city, but you'd still like to see them there. If the dry cleaner only does $500,000 in sales, it's not a great deal of revenue to the city.
And there's
but you
no
might
sales
still-
tax on dry cleaning services.
Right. So, and I would tell you, and I've made this comment before, if there are uses contemplated for this project, I'd rather us not limit the number of those uses. I'd rather have some replacement sales tax mechanism in place. And the developer wouldn't like to see that, because those guys are only going to allocate a certain amount of money to rent. Doesn't matter what you're going to call it.
Right.
So rent to us in the form of sales tax replacement revenue is rent away from the developer.
John, anything further?
Well, so I'm curious as to how you want it, we should
Well,
move forward.
I would offer-
My feeling is that these are things that can be worked on. So I think my view would be for the commission to find a way to at least directionally indicate if we are interested or moving forward around this, what things we have to then work on to have maybe final closure at some point. I think, to your point, we're on, we're 3 yards away from the goal, so let's see what we can get done, as opposed to letting this become another open discussion, starting all over again, new issues potentially, or unresolved issues. Let's work on the issues that we feel that we agree on need to be resolved.
Well, let me suggest this. I would move continuation to June 11th to work on the following items.
Okay.
The final setback resolution, petitioner has suggested moving 60 feet from the front to taking it from the rear. You've mentioned drainage issues need resolving, and you want to feel comfortable with that.
I think just to be clarify what my view on this is, and that is, I think we have to understand better what the drainage issue is. And we learned some things tonight that were new. The direction of the drainage, the impact on the two neighborhoods right next door.
Right.
I do think, however, though.
Let me just finish. And then if I get this motion, see if I get a second. And then also, then I would add to that list the two of the three items that petitioner requested. That is the language dealing with the contribution for the intersection improvement project. And then fifth, the language.
To get that clarified and
Yes.
resolved, okay?
And also then the language, if for some reason Whole Foods pulls out, then what the language under the condition of approval on the top of page 7, how that would read. So really, we're limiting it to
4 or 5 issues.
4 or 5 issues.
I would also offer that if you wanted to move in that direction, you could also close the public hearing except for responses to any new information submitted. Because I did hear the concern that you don't want to start all over and
I think we've heard the
hear
issues now
another
for
3 hours
several
of
meetings.
testimony. But that would be an option, to close the public hearing with the exception of response to any new information. Just an option.
I would add that as a feature of my motion to continue.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Do I have a second? If we don't have a second, there's no
Oh,
motion.
I'm sorry. Well, are we actually making a motion to table the discussions till our June meeting?
Well,
Because I'd rather
Well,
discuss that
there are
further.
2 parts to this.
I would as well.
That's right.
Well, one is to work on this, right?
We can work on it.
Before the next meeting with staff and with the, it sounds like we got to have some resolution with the
That's right.
petitioner. And then to come back to see where we stand with those issues.
That's right.
The resolution of those.
And assuming they get worked out, even since we've got a limited things to work on, maybe we're open to another special meeting if that meets the members' committee. The other thing, so if that motion passes, to close the public hearing, to work on those 5 issues, we may find in going through this, to see if we should add to that list in terms of giving direction to staff.
Is it possible to take the list of 5 and move it to 2 tonight? I'd rather stay here till 3 o'clock in the morning and narrow the list.
Well, Kathy, I would ask, are you going to need help from city attorney and others in terms of what the city's position would be on that?
A couple answers. You do have a mandatory adjournment time of 11. You can certainly choose by motion to extend that to a time
We
specific.
can suspend the rules if we wish.
Usually that's done in increments of 15 minutes and not hours, but your call. We certainly, in wordsmithing the language on a few of those conditions, I think we would want to consult the city attorney. I think we'd also want to look at a site plan. I think if you're taking 10 feet from the back, we do have to acknowledge that will impact trees in the preservation area. So I think.
So we know the ramifications.
I'm not sure that you can resolve all those tonight. I think you have clearly narrowed the issues, and you can work further on those.
I think we're also giving, by this, I'm assuming with this motion, a direction here that just provides positive support with proper resolution of those issues.
On all the other issues as well. Right.
Yep. And I would, if that motion passes, I would then come back to this staff document to see, is there anything else in there that we wish to add to the directions to staff?
My only concern about that is if there is, let's raise it now as opposed to
That's right.
raising it.
That's what I'm saying. Let's go
Okay,
through this.
let's go through it.
To that end, I still am, with respect to Mr. Shiner's comments about the berm. It's true the berm is 4 foot higher than the road, but that's for the first lane. It's a 6-lane road. When you're on the furthest north lane, I think you're going to see over the top of it. I don't know that what we're calling a berm is really effective in the fact that it is the same height as the finished floor of the grocery store. I think it's flat. So as much as I can see how the first lane, it would impair the visual of the store, I would like to keep the berm in play as well, just so we can get a better perspective. I mean, everything is staked out there. We can go take a look at it, but I don't know that that's resolved yet either, just in my mind. I'm one voice of a volunteer, recommending
Advisory body, yep.
Right.
Should we go through the document to see whether there's anything else we want to add to the list?
Or take off.
Just procedurally, just for clarification, is there a motion on the floor or not?
Continue the matter.
Then that motion should be seconded to allow you to have further discussion.
Okay, let me second it so we can properly discuss it.
Augie actually did, but go
Okay.
ahead.
Right.
Okay.
Sorry.
We have the matter before us. Okay. Let's go through the thing quickly. We have 15 minutes before we have to suspend rules. Anything on page 1 or 2? Page 4? Oh, I'm sorry, page 3? Nope. Page 5?
No.
Okay, 6? Okay, top of page 7.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you're right.
Jeff?
It is page 7, I
Yeah,
apologize.
page 7 at the top, that's already on our list.
And the point is, it's clarity around the language.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think we can take
Offering-
some steps, however, to
Yeah, and
some guidance, I guess.
I
is my
agree.
point.
People are leaving, I just want to say that Deer Path 41 are flooded. So if you're going west, as many of you might be, take a detour down west.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is the cul-de-sac resolved? Am I too far ahead?
No. So we've got item A on the top of page 7.
We need
That's,
your gavel, please.
okay. Okay. Anything?
Well, are we working to try to clarify item A a little bit further before?
No, I think what we're trying to do, Jeff, is say, is there anything we should add to the 5 items to the list that need to be worked on? Okay?
And by doing this, what we're doing, any issues we're not addressing are recommended by the commission.
So that's what I'm trying to
So-
avoid.
so in
I
other
don't
words-
agree with B, for example, as a,
Yeah, I think our issue was A.
well, I think it's both. because
and B.
We're saying, won't exceed 10% of the square footage of the development. I'm saying it could, subject to some mechanism replacing the revenue to the city.
Okay.
And A, to me, I mean, one easy modification would be that no city approval is required if a user of similar ilk occupies a minimum of X number of square footage. In other words, they wouldn't have to petition to demise if a high-quality 25 or 20,000 square foot grocery replacement showed up.
Right.
So, if they want a Burlington Coat Factory, yeah, we might want to look.
Different story,
We
right.
might want to look. No, did not mean to disparage the
Kathy, did you get that?
Burlington Coat Factory who may be in the
Okay.
room.
Okay. Then Jeff also brings up B, to try to work on that language, as I understand it, other replacement taxes other than sales tax.
Correct.
But there we're governed by state law in terms of what we're authorized to use.
I think we're governed if we employ certain current definitions.
Okay.
That's my take on it. I think we can get a little creative and come up with a solution. Mr. Shiner or his attorneys may have a different.
And I think if there's revenue recommendations, all you can do as the Plan Commission is recommend the City Council consider additional,
And that's all I'm
without
asking.
getting into any details.
Okay.
That's-
That's all I'm asking.
D, anything on that one?
I think, I thought we had reached, I mean, my sense was that we were fine with that.
Right, I agree.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
E, I think
it's
we're
F, the one that we need to, basically need to amend to suggest that some cap on the exposure of the.
So that the petitioner can understand how that's limited.
Correct.
And that's not just for now, it's for the future.
Correct.
Okay, shall we proceed to D, E, F, and G? Anything more there?
I think we were just talking about.
That's it.
Okay.
F and G.
G,
Okay, what about H, the cul-de-sac?
I thought I had gotten comfortable, just to be clear, on my list of things with this notion of the gate or whatever we call it,
Agreed.
The only thing with that is there an operational plan? It sounds like logistically, as a couple of people brought up, how do you hand them out? What if one breaks? I'm not asking for all the answers, but at least a plan as to how that's going to
So I
work.
just think we need to have that in the
That to
language.
you now, if you'd like.
I don't think that's something that the city can be responsible for.
No, it's gonna,
Right.
right. And so, I mean,
Maybe that needs to be said.
maybe we need to understand that. But there are a lot of communities that actually have these gated communities where there's not a manned gate. They have automatic gates.
Well, so could it just be as simple as subject to the existence of an operational plan for the use and
Yeah.
distribution?
Yeah.
With the developer.
Right.
Yeah, so leave it simple.
So
and let them
we're
work it
not
out.
going with 8, but we're going with the alternative,
Exactly.
under I. Correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, let's go back to I for a second.
We're not going with H, but we're going with I.
We're going, yeah, the gate.
And I think the only thing I was suggesting is there was some suggestion by staff earlier that if I was adopted, you'd want the ability to have turnaround potential for,
Emergency vehicles.
well, not just emergency vehicles. I thought I heard, 18-wheelers essentially
Right.
that would mistakenly turn in. I'd rather see, a sign at the entrance to the private drives, basically saying,
No turnaround. Yeah.
no turnaround for trucks exceeding X
I think
number
we've
of
agreed
feet.
to that,
Okay.
putting the signs up.
Okay.
I think that's a good point, though.
Okay. Then we've got J. That,
May I ask a question about that? Is this the detention, or is
Yeah.
it out of order? Is there, as a clarification, we're hoping for a vote tonight, because I thought we'd get one, but if not, we still hope we'll get one. Is the idea to go back and relook at our detention that we've looked at? What's
we want to
what's
be
our job?
assured, Bill, that this works. I mean, J speaks to that. And J, if not dealt with properly, in my opinion, is an invitation to litigation. We heard tonight from Mr. Ross Landsberg that pardon me? Okay, I'm sorry. But I think what you were saying, there's a disconnect with what we're hearing from him.
All we want is an affirmation, and I think that involves city staff and engineers from the city staff of.
Well, it'd have to be city
understanding.
staff, because
Yeah.
So it's an affirmation, right? So we're
Right.
trying to get that.
And that was what my point of clarity was in the earlier question around that.
I don't have any problem with the language.
That
I
statement.
don't have any problem with what we're doing.
Okay.
You know,
Great.
I know it
The
works.
city needs to workshop this solution. It exists today. We have
Exactly.
people that are irritated
Yeah,
today
but
and
understand
need a
one
resolution.
thing. The biggest issue, there are 6 or 7 homes that were built below the water table and built below the detention pond.
That's not the issue, sir.
We will review it at the staff level and bring you back an
This is going to be
explanation.
reviewed, okay?
So we're recommending approval of J.
Yeah, so it's not, doesn't have to be looked at.
Right.
It'll be, everything else would be, it's the sense of the commission to approve it with the exception of these others. The matter will be continued until another special meeting or whatever. we
So
can get back together.
we're approving these elements with others that we're going to need to work on.
Right.
That's what we're doing here.
From our perspective, the only thing that we have to do is we have to change a plan to to move the 10 feet front to back. We've got to have some language on this Whole Foods guarantee, which is basically.
We agree. We agree.
And those are the two things, really.
We got
Well,
some more.
but you need the intersection protection that you brought up about
And that's on our-
quantifying your costs for the
You walked away when we were
impact.
talking about the cap on
Right,
the-
those are, so those.
Yeah,
three
so we're
things you need-
protecting you on, we said we'll
Those are
protect
the
you. That's
three
a
things
reasonable
from us.
request.
And for the Plan Commission to take formal action and pass this on officially to the City Council, we will have a final landscape plan for you, a final site plan. Those will then become part of the ordinance. So there may be some further detailing, some dimensioning that was missing, so we can work to finalize those, so you can not just send a preliminary recommendation to the City Council, but
But that-
finalize all the plans.
But wouldn't that come after June 11th?
If we can do it all at one time,
Okay, okay.
that would be preferable, I think.
The last thing, is the motion also to close off public comment?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you miss that?
Yes.
Okay, we already talked
And
about
the
that.
10-foot
That's part of the motion.
We already talked about that.
That's part of the motion.
I think the comment was, if we come back with a revised site plan showing larger berms, added tree, those things that we've talked about, our concern is that if that opens up the public hearing and we just start from
No.
scratch.
No,
So it
that
doesn't.
was, I've already
The
voiced
new
the
plan-
concern around that.
Part of my motion is to close the public hearing.
Right, so even if we come with a revised plan,
You will need to leave the public hearing open on any new information that's submitted. If the language of
Thank
these
you.
Right.
conditions are changed, so you're closing the public hearing except for any new information that's submitted.
Got it.
And I'd like to clarify one thing too, unless I'm misunderstanding. The setback item isn't to come back necessarily with 10 more feet. It's to re-examine the setbacks. Am I right on that?
That might be new, does that constitute new information and negate our ability to
I think,
close public?
I think
I'm
that's,
asking,
that's
I
the
don't know.
concern just from, is that it will start the whole, if we come, we're going to put together and improve the streetscape. And then we come back with that plan, and then all we've done is start.
I think.
No, I don't see it that way.
I don't either, and I think we've got to be tighter on that.
Yes.
As long as that is, we're 100% on board with coming back, as long as our revisions to the plan is not reopening up the public hearing. Even though it will be, just on the record, a new plan that we submit, that won't open up, correct?
That will not trigger a public hearing.
All right.
Will it?
Just to be clear, there's a difference between completely closing the public hearing and leaving the public hearing open on any new information that's submitted. I heard you identify certain conditions that you wanted relooked at. With those things changing, you will be required to take public hearing, but you can certainly limit it.
We can limit it to those items.
Correct.
So if I may, though, just to clarify for everybody's sake, so if, in other words, we take the 100-foot recommendation today, and the new site plan says 65, that's new information, we're back where we started in terms of getting public testimony.
That's not,
If a site plan is different, there will be able to be comments on the portion of the site plan that's changed. Not everything, but if a increase in the setback from the north property line decreases the setback from the south property line, and there are concerns about that, that would be fair game.
I think where I was thinking about this is actually a working out of, if you will, of a potential resolution here, where the petitioner is coming back with a revised site plan with the city staff, working through what that looks like from their perspective, ideally coming back, unless it can't be resolved at all, with a compromise resolution, I'll say it that way. And I think some of us are actually comfortable with the revision, the setback revision that we're hearing about now, 75 feet from the street, 60 feet. Some aren't, but some are. And I think that it may be around that. But in order for them to even work with that, they have to come back with a revised site plan.
Potentially, but we could work that in the language, suggest a motion and pass a motion that would suggest that, and we vote on it.
Okay?
Yeah, that's what we'd prefer. And the other thing we can do, and look, you have to remember also, the long-term success of this. You know, the comments before about Whole Foods. Whole Foods is the best retailer in the country. And they're going to attract tenants. You don't go through it. I get that. But
You don't have to convince us of
But
that.
we do have to have some sight lines also. It can't be completely blocked. There has to be, it has to be successful.
We understand that. I think that we understand, so.
Right.
And you have at least 2, if not 3 members of this commission who understand that and are help educate the rest of us, okay?
Really appreciate it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Kathy, sorry, you have 2 Js, just a point of clarification, so just, you know, when we say J needs to look like this, let's make sure that we,
Okay, so J,
On 9, and J and on 10.
yeah, J on 10. That was a
didn't catch
test.
it until just now, so shame on.
What do you want to do with that?
J on 10.
But that's really what we're talking
We're just talking
about.
about.
60, 75.
So we leave this as an open item.
Well, I think it's collaboration with staff to do the best they can. I don't want Shiner's group to leave and say, 10 feet and we're done. I think the whole purpose of this exercise is to work with staff to see what can be gained.
Yeah, I mean,
If it is 10 feet, it's 10 feet. But I want staff to tell us they agree it's 10 feet.
Based on how the
I'm
building moves.
going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion here that we accept this provision at a 60-foot setback. I don't know if I can make a motion while an existing motion is still
60-foot
open.
Building set,
The
60-foot
60-foot,
building or parking setback, I can't remember.
It's the building setback, 70 foot.
60-foot,
15 building.
As maker of
Feet out of
the,
the
as a
back.
maker of the motion, I wonder, if I don't think that's quite germane at this point. Because the question is, should it be continued as an open question or a closed question? If you want to have an amendment to my motion, go ahead, but not another motion.
That's right.
I'll amend
And I
the
think that's
motion
what
then.
he's
I'll amend the motion.
Okay.
The maker of the motion needs to accept the proposed amendment.
Well, I think it needs a second and then a vote. Okay?
The amendment needs a vote?
I don't
The mod-
consider it as a friendly amendment.
I see.
Now, if we get a second to it, I'll call for the question immediately.
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded. All those in favor of agreeing with the 60-foot, the 60-foot setback rather than 100, raise their hand and indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? The vote is 3-2 on that issue. Okay? Anything on L? Or what about K? Was that okay? Yeah, I think that's okay.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Okay. Request for variances from the setbacks shall be granted subject to change related condition as detailed below. Does that mean the parking and all of that? Or is there something missing there, Kathy? Top of page 11.
I think you're accepting those variances, but you've got to have the right landscaping, is that what you're saying?
Mr. Commissioner, we may need to amend the
Time.
exit time.
Yeah, I would ask unanimous consent that we move the deadline from 11 to 11:15. Any
Second that,
objection?
second.
Okay, good. So ordered. Okay. Do we need to do it, Kathy, do we need to do anything with L? Do we need that to add to the list?
Sorry, I'm switching between 2 documents here. Give me a minute.
That looks okay.
It could allow some flexibility, but I think I did hear some comments about landscaping, screening.
Right.
along the east side.
Particularly the east side.
And if you're moving with a 60-foot setback, that certainly will impact trees in the preserved area. So it is going to drive a change in the landscape plan.
Is that what this is
It'll
saying?
increase the landscape.
You want to go to the landscape plan?
I think it's really up to the commission if you want to, I think it's difficult to parcel this out too much. As you make changes, there are going to be,
I think this is just coming back to the city's
Unintended
going to develop,
consequences.
it's going to have to react to the alternative site plan, including the landscaping plan. And you said that earlier.
Right.
So that's what we're going to actually ultimately have to finally approve, inclusive of the landscape plan. So I guess it's sort of a given.
Yep, it is. Okay, anything on M, N, O, or P? I have one. Petitioner has agreed to stipulate or to a condition that there would be no fast food restaurants with drive-throughs. I think that should be a condition of approval.
We've agreed to that, Commissioner.
So,
Can I ask?
but it says that the developer has stated that. I want it, but it's not written down here in the conditions.
Oh, you can make it a condition.
Okay, so we'll make it a condition. Is that a motion then? An amendment to the motion?
Would Starbucks constitute, do we have a drive-through for a coffee shop, for
I
example?
don't consider
Would
that a
be-
restaurant.
No.
You don't?
And that's where we may need a definition of fast food restaurant
right.
under this term.
And that's why we didn't include it, because it is
I don't think we
difficult to
want, I mean, I
define.
think
Fast food's
most
not
of our
coffee shop.
constituents would like the ability to.
For a Starbucks, for sure.
Yeah, to go through a coffee drive-through.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, P, that's pretty straightforward.
Right.
Bike and pedestrian path, I don't think that's controversial.
Nope.
On page 14, there is missing, under design approvals, local landmark demolition, I believe that there was probably something intended to be put in there pertaining to HBC and city council. I think that should be added. That should be added. I'll consider that a editorial change.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. To summarize,
So now we need to act on this.
on the motion. On the motion. The motion was amended to the 60-foot item. It passed 3-2. And so, in effect, this would be carried over for final action.
On the other items.
Yes.
On the, well,
On
and
the
total
outstanding
plan.
issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, on any
So-
issues considered remaining or outstanding.
Right.
Pending issues.
Yeah, okay.
So a motion to continue consideration of the petition and to close the public hearing except for comments on information or revised plans submitted in response to the issues that you have identified.
Yes.
That would be an appropriate motion if someone wanted to make that.
Also,
Move.
substitute that motion for the original one as amended.
Okay. Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Okay.
Ask 2 points, I'm sorry. I really apologize because I didn't understand what went on. Is the 60-foot setback now no longer subject to public comment because it was passed tonight?
I think so.
Yeah.
It is, but the ramifications of that, Bill,
The landscape. I understand.
pertaining to landscaping, to what effect it has on the trees and all of that. And if we have to have a public hearing, the public hearing will stipulate the public can only comment on these things.
And I like one question, and maybe you can give me direction or not, I just screwed this up somehow. Could you please get to the landscape plan? On the western boundary of the condo building,
Yes.
thank you, show where the underground parking is. That is concrete, so you
Yes.
can't plant on that.
Yes.
We have offered to do one of two things. And we need direction because we got to come forward with a plan, right? We could build a berm on their property, but that takes down some heritage trees, which is the issue with that, and landscape it to really put a 5-6 foot berm there, landscape it so that does it. We've already agreed to put a fence there to stop that. But the concern is, the concern is whether we take down heritage trees to create a berm. What's more important to the Plan Commission? What's more important to staff as to what they would like to see? We need direction as to what to do with that east boundary line, as to whether a fence, and we can put some arborvitae on the side of the...
Can we delegate that to staff?
I will say that the recommendation that was included in your packet, and it certainly would have to be with the consent of the condo ownership, but that area, because so many trees are going to be lost in that area that were originally designated for preservation, is that area, recognizing that you can't plant over the garage, but that there be a reforestation in that area as one of the areas identified by staff for trying to reestablish some significant trees over the next 20 years on a canopy.
And we're certainly willing to plant on that area. We just want to know what, and we're okay with that recommendation. We just want to make sure, subject to the approval of the condo building and what they want.
That's understood.
We're willing to landscape that.
I mean, we're supportive of that. And I'm assuming Kathy and staff will work through that with you? I mean, how does that work?
Yes, and we would seek input from those in the condo, because that really is, that corner of the building is going to be exposed to Route 60 and is going to be exposed to the tollway intersection. It will be very different than what is there today, and that was the basis for staff's recommendation, that we look for some high canopy areas, not to screen all the views, in fact, to intentionally leave views open, but to pick those certain areas as identified in the graphic as a few high canopy areas to break up those views at the high level. But we can certainly work with the developer on providing increased detail and clarification on what's proposed.
Could you go back to the slide that you showed, that one? Tell me, please, because there was nothing in all of your drawings at all that I could see, from the western boundary of the new second building to the edge of the parking lot. What is that distance? No, over the second condo building, right there, from there to there.
The property line's 50 feet.
50 feet.
That side is 78 feet.
And then the second question I have related to that is, your diagram showed, I'll tell you which one it is. I meant to ask this earlier and I didn't. The site of the people looking from that second condo, if it's ever built. This suggests to me it's called Sightline Exhibit Proposed Building to Whole Foods. That suggests to me that the people on the first, second, and third floor will not be able to see, I mean, looking out, they're only going to see the side of Whole Foods.
Correct.
Am I reading that right? The people on the fourth floor, however, are going to be able to see, there you, yeah, that's, no, that's not the one.
Oh, what is it?
I think it's probably the same size of the building, right?
That one?
There it is. That's the one. That's the one.
Actually, the line of sight is from someone standing on the fourth floor on the balcony.
Will,
It's actually the right.
so in effect, those will be peaked roofs and not flat roofs?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
The architectural design of the building.
Hasn't yet been approved, but we can certainly bring you back a section that actually provides distances between the buildings, so we can show those relationships more clearly and accurately.
It's on there already. It's already dimensioned out.
This one, we inverted it to show this larger for the screen, but the top is dimensioned out on the plan commission.
But we can clarify that for you with the new building design.
Okay. Do we have to vote on the substitute motion, right? Or did we vote? No, we voted for that.
We're done on the voting.
All right, that's right. We're all set. I think that's.
Any other matters?
Any other matters to come before us?
Hopefully not.
Okay, well, we'll get this matter resolved at our next meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, it's not debatable. All those in favor, aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.